You know the deal.
Play my music loud.
them, thought it was a habit. Now I'm grown up and I'm struggling to have it, struggling to grab it. Caught up in the act, now it's 25 plus and I didn't know what happened. Kids rapping, sitting on the stoop where I first pushed play. Ooh, she cute, ooh, she dope, ooh, she can sing. Got her outside J like a dude, she can play. Reminisce on the good days, from I would do it all if I could days, to I can do it all if I should days. Falling deep in love with a sun ray. These days ain't true, people walk around like this ain't new. Hate to be a boy, I ain't you. Just happy to be here with a sky so blue. Cause a rent's too, another couch to sleep, another couch to sleep. Get my dreaming on, get my dreaming. These goddamn winters stop to get to you, but still I get my dreaming on. I get my dreaming on.
Spring Black Friday savings are happening now at the Home Depot and also at your front door. Get spring savings.
Alright, yo, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Shout out to the one person that's in my chat real quick. So, what's going on with y'all? Welcome to another Brownstone Powwow. It's about that time, y'all. It's about that time. You know, one thing, I don't think I'm going to be too level-headed tonight. I don't really want to talk too much. You know what I'm saying? If you're just coming in, make sure you hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you tell a friend this joint is going on. Impromptu Brownstone Powwow. Yo, watch how I aviate. Binge drown from 88. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's from the song Joey Badass. 9/11, brand new 9/11. But anyway, yo, check it out, man. How do I start this off, man? So, this is a stream that I owe y'all from April 20th, which was Weed Day, April 20th. Get high, marijuana. You know what I'm saying? If you smoke marijuana, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. That's what's up. But, you know, if you're not really a smoker, that's cool too. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to keep it chill. Let me keep it, you know, regular degular and stuff like that. So, you know, in and out on YouTube, I appreciate all that comes in. I appreciate all the content creators, the people that did that. Last Powwow I did was last week. No, the week before last. And then there was a couple of other ones that I did. I think I have the one where I was talking about, I was celebrating my 3rd anniversary. For those that's paying attention right now, even if you're watching on playback, yo, Bronzebird just got a lot of stuff in store. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting y'all know that right now. Homeboy gonna have a couple of things in store for this channel, so I'm excited. I got some things I want to put together, and make sure y'all subscribe to my Rumble, because if I'm not posting here, then I'm definitely posting on my Rumble. So it's gonna be some real thought out conversation topics, some shorts coming soon for the Brownstone Powwow in case y'all missed any. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we keep it short and sweet and stuff like that. Y'all can hit the link if y'all want to. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, I could do a couple of my vids and then I'm just peace out. But I had this idea in the back of my head, yo. I was thinking about April 20th, getting high and stuff like that. And, you know, I'm not a pothead. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a pothead. I'm not really into that whole marijuana smoke, except for socially and stuff like that. And then from the city that I live in, everybody's just like, yo, you smoke Reggie? I got Reggie. Reggie means, I don't know. I don't be knowing the marijuana terms like that. You know what I'm saying? But I be knowing a little something. You know what I'm saying? But, nah, Pete, I'm going to keep the show nice and simple tonight. I don't really have a lot to say, but, I was checking this out because I was like, yo, what can be an alternative to smoking weed? I was checking out this hemp jump off. Shout outs to Sugar Bum in my chat. What's good, hater? What's good with you? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, like, I was checking out this I was checking out this joint. I was like, yo, maybe, just maybe, I would probably use this. I would probably try to smoke this instead of smoking marijuana on my own if I was gonna get high. Cause there's, yo, you experiment with drugs is mad shit, yo. So I want y'all to check something out real quick with me, yo. Cause I thought this was so amazing. Then I'm gonna play some videos, cause I was having some thoughts in my head. Is marijuana really bad for everybody? That's the thing that I'm trying to understand here. Because they be like, yo, you know, the Rastafari, you know, some of them be sitting up there talking about, yo, you shouldn't be smoking marijuana, and that's not good for you. But it's like, if marijuana is so bad, then how come it was mad people that was smoking weed back in the days? And if they wasn't smoking weed, they was smoking some type of alternative to it where, you know, they was doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why. So I'm going to show y'all real quick what I'm talking about, because I found it interesting. And I would actually really get this. I'm probably talking my business, but it's all good. So I'm going to show y'all real quick. You know what I'm saying? Let me show y'all. So I was thinking about this whole entire thing with hemp cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? The alternative to weed and cigarettes. You know what I mean? Just check me out here real quick. CBD and all these other things that's out there. We're gonna be talking about like sativa. We're talking about indica or whatever it's called, like a bunch of weeds and stuff like that. And I was like, yo, you know, the best strand of weed to get, in my opinion, is which one it is that gives you a body high. That's my honest opinion, because you feel it. Except for when you smoking a regular J, it's going to your head, and then after that, you just high for a little bit, and then you going on about your own little thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say, like, I like the whole entire body high thing. And then I remember my homeboy gave me this joint that I was smoking. It was like blueberry muffin, and it tasted just like blueberries. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I was just thinking to myself, when it comes to the whole entire thing about hemp cigarettes, I definitely would get that. It's an alternative to smoke. So anyway, otherwise than that, I'm going to play y'all a couple of videos just to get an idea. Because the thing that I don't understand is, first and foremost, know who you copping your weed from. Because not all weed is good weed. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying that because, of course, when they're trying to decentralize and do all these different things with marijuana, of course, you're knowing that it's being, like, infiltrated with, played with, all these different things out there, and you're not getting the best quality weed. But, I mean, I understand how the government is going to do this. They're going to give you shit weed. You're never going to get great weed unless it's imported from somewhere. And if it's going through U.S. customs and stuff like that, it's a possibility they messing and tampering around with your weed. So you become dumb. You know what I'm saying? So check out this first clip. I think this is all cap, by the way. Apparently, they say smoking weed may be more harmful to lungs than cigarettes. But hey, look, listen, I don't agree, but let's just check it out.
Smoking marijuana is legal in many states, but a new study finds that smoking marijuana may be just as harmful to your lungs as smoking cigarettes.
Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes spoke to an expert who says one factor may be that pot smokers inhale deeper and hold the smoke in their lungs longer.
When marijuana was first approved for recreational use in California, weed proponents
I can roll a joint a minute.
were at an all-time high. Pun very much intended. These days, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say about 20% of all Americans have tried pot. It's also the most commonly used drug in America that is still illegal at the federal level. But as recreational pot has gained traction in states all across the country, more research has been focusing on its health effects. And one argument marijuana supporters have stood by for years, that weed is healthier than cigarettes, is now coming under fire.
Perhaps it's time to just pause and think about what you're doing to yourself until we get more information.
Dr. Scott Brandman is referring to a new study just published by the Radiological Society of North America. It reviewed lung scans of smokers and finds that rates of emphysema, airway inflammation, and enlarged breast tissue were higher in pot smokers than tobacco smokers.
But you know what's really hard about that? I'm trying to put myself together, envision this in a way where I'm like, okay, well, obviously the study is probably correct, or you guys did an extensive study. But it's like, for me, I like to get into the scientific way of things. When has it ever been a likelihood that somebody may catch lung cancer, breast cancer, or some type of disease off of marijuana? Just in my honest opinion. I'm not saying that anybody's right. I'm not saying that anybody's wrong. But I'm just like, when you obviously smoke cigarettes, it's not the fact of the matter that you're smoking pure tobacco. You're taking tobacco with a bunch of different concoctions with inside of that. And, the other things in there, and you're more likely to get lung cancer and all these different things from cigarettes. But what's the probability, number one, what is the commonality someone catches something off of smoking marijuana, and especially if you're a pothead? Yes, you may have decreased productivity. You might become lazy. Becoming a pothead offers you that. But at the same time, there could be the adverse effect where marijuana actually has you be productive and helps with anxiety, all these different things. Now, me, I told you, I'm not a pothead. I don't really smoke. You know what I'm saying? I don't really smoke at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a clean-ass dude. But that's the question I like to ask. Because have you ever heard of anybody that had got lung cancer from smoking marijuana? Really ask yourself that question. Somebody could be high, they have diluted eyes and all that other stuff. But what is the commonality somebody gets cancer off of smoking marijuana? I'm just saying.
Marijuana smoke not only damages the airways in the lungs, but it's actually making holes in it.
Emphysema is already the third leading cause of death in the U.S. Brandman says one factor that may affect weed smokers is how they inhale, holding the smoke in their lungs longer. And researchers are also looking at something within pot.
There's a carcinogen or a chemical that we haven't yet identified in marijuana smoke that we're theorizing is damaging the lung and creating these holes.
If you're using marijuana for medical reasons, Brandman suggests talking to your doctor about edibles or ways other than smoking to use marijuana. Everyone else, well, it may be high time to clear the air.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more.
Look, listen, my honest opinion is I'm all for people smoking weed, yo. Look, listen, it is true that you got to inhale, you have to hold it and all that other stuff. And if you got baby lungs, you might not want to take that route, fam. I'm just trying to tell you, you might not want to take that route. But I feel like, at the end of the day, ain't nothing wrong with a little smoking. You know what I'm saying? But obviously we know you got to do things in moderation. You feel what I'm saying? That's all it is. That's all I'm saying. If you smoke pot, then smoke pot. But don't be that type of individual where you're smoking it all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Take it easy. Smoke in moderation. Probably smoke every other day or something like that. I don't know. Now, this is also something they say. And then after that, whoever wants to hit the panel, you can. If not, I'll drop down. But let's check this out.
Research says smoking marijuana could be bad for your heart. The American Heart Association advises people to avoid smoking when consuming cannabis. According to the AHA, the smoke contains components similar to tobacco smoke. Now, this could bring the same heart-related illnesses regular smokers face. One researcher says people using measured doses of medical marijuana may lessen some of the potential harms. Other non-combustible forms of cannabis may also lower the risk. And
what do y'all think about that? And I'm gonna play this last video too, just to give y'all a frontal view about certain things that I was looking at. I'm not a I have not studied this shit. I'm just looking at random shit. Hold on, my fault. Hold on, y'all. 1 sec. 1 second, y'all. Let's check this out.
Show of hands, ready? How many people used in the last month? Last week? Today? Today.
Smoking lounge to talk about their cannabis use.
When did you all start smoking?
I was about 22, 23 years old.
When I was around 19 or 20.
Around 13. Kind of my friends were doing it.
I was 15. I used out of curiosity.
There's some of the 9 million young people between the ages of 12 and 25 who reported using marijuana in the past month. By January, consuming weed recreationally over the age of 21 will be legal in 11 states and Washington, D.C., and more states are considering it. But some medical studies link frequent marijuana use among young people to deficits in attention, memory, and IQ, even a greater risk of psychosis. Health officials are on high alert because the young brain is still developing until the age of 25.
My message is simple. No young...
And off of that clip right there, I just find that interesting because I'm just like, yeah, that is true that the mind develops, but like how young have we known someone to smoke cigarettes at an early age or be exposed to, let's just say, secondhand smoke and stuff like that as a child? And then they was just like, oh yeah, well, you know, it's nothing, it doesn't really matter, you know what I'm saying, it's all good. It's like, wait a minute, wait. So it's cool for your child to sit up there and be around secondhand smoke when they're young as hell, but at the same time that you're sitting up there getting at somebody for smoking marijuana? Like, you know, it's one of those sort of things I question, and this is just off the fly. I don't do studies. I didn't do any like extensive research on it, but I was just thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. Marijuana has probably made people a little bit dumber, but at the same time, you don't usually catch a disease or catch an ailment off of marijuana. Not that I've heard of. If anybody has ever caught that, let me know. Maybe somebody, there's only one person I know that probably caught a heart attack off of smoking too much weed, but otherwise than that, no one has ever really suffered from smoking marijuana. You know what I'm saying? And last video, I'm going to play it, and after that, you know, it's a free for all. Y'all want to come through, come through. If not, y'all don't have to come through. But this is something I found interesting. They said weed is more dangerous than alcohol. That's crazy. Marijuana is the question. That's the thing that I'm trying to ask. How many people have died from marijuana? You understand what I'm saying? Like, all these smoke shops that I'm starting to see spring up around the city kind of gets me upset a little bit because, you know, as a so-called black man and all this other stuff, the many things that our people had to go to jail for and we got in trouble for, and then back in the day it wasn't even called marijuana, it was called dope, and then it was heroin and this, that, and the third. These drugs that was passed down from the Vietnam War and all those other places where black men or other men alike from the war had to cope because they had PTSD. But the thing about it is, how many people do you know died from marijuana and marijuana overdose? How many?
How many people?
Yo, you know how it was really bad? I've seen somebody die from drinking too much.
Basically, report.
Okay, my first comment that responds to that. Thank you, Shaka. Maybe it's just me. I'm not an airhead to this, but I've never really heard of anybody who died from marijuana. I have not heard anybody from around my camp, around my way, my peoples. Like, I've never heard anybody who died from marijuana. G. So thank you for that, cause that's good. But how often, yeah, there's so many marijuana deaths, I can't even tell you. Thank you. Peace to Letitia McGee. What's going on? But yeah, I'm just saying, all these smoke shops that they have out here, do they ever put on there like a surgeon's warning, or like, you know, just be careful if you smoke this or this, that, and the third? I don't usually see it. You know what I'm saying? But let's watch this. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not the best at this, but, you know, it's a study for me too. Why doesn't anybody ever say cigarettes? Yes, alcohol, definitely, because there's definitely been alcoholic-related death. More than likely, they'll probably use it. I mean, because it seems like some people would be like either or, but if you're in your party setting and all that other stuff, they're always going to mix the two. You're going to mix alcohol or whatever party drugs that you have there with marijuana. So, I mean, either or. But someone who's a pothead and an alcoholic, yeah, two crazy combinations. Not uncommon, though. Interesting vid. So, to respond to y'all comments before I begin, I just find it interesting because the thing about it is, again, you see more of these smoke shops that I start to see a lot of them around, and they're like, promote weed, marijuana, and this, that, and the third. Like, New York State is sitting up there saying it's illegal. But then my whole entire thing is, we've seen how the United States has disproportionately, basically, and I'm not trying to make this a race thing because it's just whatever's on the brain. But the thing about it is how they obviously disproportionately locked up so-called African Americans and black people for marijuana, selling marijuana, having marijuana possession, and all these different things. And it's like, now you have all these smoke shops and everybody's celebrating, yeah, we legalized marijuana. So why can't we free my uncle, free my father? Well, none of them, by the way, are locked up. They're all here and alive, bro. But you know, my grandfather, you know, all those other people. Why couldn't we free them out of jail because of marijuana possession? Why can't we free them? Why can't they be free for all that other stuff? Why did you disproportionately target so-called African Americans? And especially because I'm talking to you, Kamala Harris. Like, these are different things that I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like at the end of the day, like, of course, it's that whole entire thing. And I'm like, yo, they should be free. You know what I'm saying? But let me read y'all comments. It's always been a war on weed, but not really on cigs and alcohol. Go figure. That's true, Shaka. And that's the thing. Like, my whole entire thing about that is, yeah, it's been a war on weed. But then I also thought to myself, is it also the fact of the matter because they're trying to figure out a way to tax it? But then, I mean, you had over 40 years in order to figure that out. So it's like, you already tampered with the weed that's here. You already tampered with the marijuana. So what are you trying to do with it now? I always believe that by the time they legalize the weed or legalize the marijuana in these different states, usually Democratic ran states, more than likely it's going to be shit weed. It's going to be quality shit weed. You know what I'm saying? And that's just my opinion. Cigarettes and alcohol don't quite fall into the same categories as drugs. That's correct. Hustling Muscular. It's just the fact of the matter for me, the thing that I'm thinking about is terms is when I'm thinking, as I assess everything that's going on, and like, you know, I think about it. And again, this ain't supposed to be no political show. It's just, yo, we need to talk about marijuana. You know what I'm saying? I remember, you know, growing up and all that other stuff. You watch Family Guy, and they used to have that they used to have that episode where Brian was sitting up there talking about making a musical about marijuana. I remember that show. It was like, yeah, marijuana. But it was like, again, let me read this. Cigarettes and alcohol don't quite fall into the same categories as drugs. But you know what the funny thing is? I've always had this conversation. Alcohol and cigarettes is legal. You have an AA meeting for Alcohol Anonymous, which means you're overdosing on alcohol. But do you necessarily have a meeting for cigarettes? Overdosing on nicotine and all these different things. Now, of course, they'll have those meetings out there. How common is it, is what I'm trying to say. Is it very common for them to sit up there and have meetings about how to quit cigarettes, how to quit smoking? Is it very common? I'm not saying it's not common or it's not true at all. I know it is. Quitting smoking, all these different things, getting a nicotine patch. But do they have a 12-step program for cigarettes? Do they have a 12-step program for marijuana smokers? Do they have a 12-step program for people who enjoy heroin and all those different drugs, opium and all these different things? Do they have a 12-step program for people who take ayahuasca? Who knows? You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm just making conversation because I just find it, you know, I find it amusing. You know what I'm saying? Like, even YouTube clips that I seen, it's certain Rastafari that'll sit up there and talk about how you shouldn't be smoking marijuana. There's others that sit up there and say you should smoke marijuana. There's research that I've done in the past about the Native Americans and how they used to smoke things like sassafras. And then they used to have all these herbs that they sat up there and put in there. Pure tobacco and all these different things and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? So when you were smoking pure tobacco and all those different things was going on, you wasn't really messing around with it. You was cool. But the thing about it today is when they're legalizing all this smoke stuff and stuff like that, the smoke shops, and these people who's getting rich off of doing these different things, I'm not an avid smoker. You know what I'm saying? There's been a couple of times I've experimented with different herbs and stuff like that. And I'm not talking about weed strands. I'm talking about actual herbs. Is it still unhealthy for me to smoke that? I smoked lavender herbs before. I smoked different herbs and stuff like that. And it was good. I felt lightheaded. I felt relaxed. You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Let me read y'all comments. And if y'all want to hit the link, come through. Coming from a smoker of cigs, and I don't even smoke weed. I feel you. They have methods for quitting smoking, nicotine gum and nicotine patches. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Hustler and Muscular. They definitely do. But what I'm saying is, do they have a 12-step recovery program for someone who's an avid smoker? You understand what I'm saying? Because, of course, you could just give someone nicotine gum and nicotine patches and they could just be like, whatever. But what I'm saying is, how they have Alcohol Anonymous, do they have Smokers Anonymous? And if they do have Smoker Anonymous, how common is it, is my point. You know what I'm saying? They probably look at the crime committed. They probably looking at the crimes committed on certain types of drugs. Well, my honest opinion, and this is my thought process, there's no way, no doubt in my mind, the United States pretty much knows of mainly all narcotics, if not most narcotics that comes into this country, and they control it in some type of way and then sell it to certain communities so that those people will pick it up and they'll sit up there and get high and they can throw them in jail easier. You know what I'm saying? It's a crab in a bucket mentality, crab in a bucket system. Well, not necessarily, because the government is not really crabs. They're usually the cup that's in the bucket that's holding the crabs in. So, sell to sell, you know what I'm saying? And then it's all good afterwards. But you know, I'm not against people getting their smoke on. I'm not against anybody who's a pothead. I just think that when you when you overdose on anything, it's never good. That's why you should smoke in moderation. You know what I'm saying? Just like what I showed you earlier. Even if I buy those hemp cigarettes, which, by the way, those hemp cigarettes do not contain tobacco, nicotine, and all those nonsense. You understand what I'm saying? It's just, it contains other things. I just like the way they look. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna buy that shit. But anyway, yo, I need a joint. Pass that truth. I need a joint, son. Okay, they have many awareness anonymous programs for addiction, from Overeaters Anonymous to sex addiction. No, narratives. What I'm saying is, you're correct. I agree with you. There's pretty much an awareness anonymous for anything. But I'm saying, since cigarettes is legal, but it's so common for people to get cancer off of cigarettes, but not cancer off of marijuana, where's the Cigarettes Anonymous? And cigarettes are legal. Marijuana is still not legal in certain parts of the country. You know what I'm saying? And alcohol is legal because you can go to an alcoholic store. But then I start to reel back and I start to think about something. I said, okay, so with all these smoke shops, right? Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. But with all these smoke shops, right? You know, these smoke shops that's out here, you know, you get the CBD and this, that, and the third. Yo, shout out to my homie, my bro. He gave me something that was amazing that had CBD in it. Jesus Christ, it was really good. I kid you not, yo. But, nah, real shit. Why is there not a Cigarettes Anonymous? When we know there's been so many people who died off of cigarettes. Heroin, I don't know if they have a Heroin Anonymous. I know they probably do. But it's just... I'm just saying. Yo, shout out to Truth Only, yo. You trying not to be with the Most High. That's right. Smoke. Yo. Yo, that's right. Pass it. That's right. Smoke. Shit. Oh, shit. I had weed once when I was 19 years old. Never again. Yo, I forgot the first time I smoked weed. Damn, I forgot the first time. I have no idea. I don't remember the first time I ever smoked weed. I didn't have a problem with it. And my thing about it is I just felt lightheaded. I felt like, you know, a lot of people say, yo, Bronzebird, you wild talkative and this, that, and the third. I said, that's true. Probably when I smoke marijuana, I'm the same way. You understand what I'm saying? But more than likely, I just want to go to sleep, or I just want to do all these different things. I don't really want to, you know what I'm saying? And plus off of that, I told people, or I told someone that's close to me, right? I told them that I had edibles. I fucking hate edibles, okay? Like, if we going to talk about, we're not going to even just talk about weed. We're going to talk about CBD and talk about, like, just all that stuff that's just associated with that shit. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just being honest with y'all. I fucking hate, I fucking hate, how did I forget what I'm saying? I'm mentally high right now. This is crazy. No, seriously. Truth be told, I'm going to read y'all comments. So, all right, let me read this real quick. Hustler Muscular says, I had weed once when I was 19 years old. Never again. If you want to share that story, my brother, hit the link. Yeah, we could talk about it. I got you. I'm going to pull you up in a second, bro. I got you. But I said, yeah, I fucking hate edibles. I seriously do. I hate edibles because they make me paranoid. And then it's just like people start looking at me, so I start looking at them back, and I'm like, yo, why are you looking at me like that? And it's not the fact of the matter I want to fight, but it's just the fact of the matter I'm mentally disturbed. Stop looking at me because I feel paranoid already. Then it was one time I was going to go to a party. I start walking around in circles around a block. Jesus Christ. RRRealizeTV, what's going on, my guy?
Peace. What's good with you, my bro?
You rolled up a joint today?
Man, you already know it.
You rolled up a joint today?
to a tree of them, man. But you talking about edibles, boy, let me tell you something. I live in Michigan. Boy, let me tell you something. There's a store on every corner. If you can get
yes.
That'll have you put your whole heart in your ass. Like, man, I am high.
But what do you recommend, though? Like, what I'm trying to figure out is this, though. Like, you had sativa, you had indica, and then from where I'm from, I'm not sure if it resonates with everybody in the hood, but they have Reggie. You understand?
Well, check this out. I'll tell you like this. If you want a body high, if you want to smoke a blunt and not be tired or anything like that, you know what I'm saying? Sativa. Use sativa. Smoke some sativa because with sativa, it's more of a body high. It's more of a you know what I'm saying, a relaxing, you know, type of smoke. But when it comes to that indica, if you want to eat, if you have problems sleeping, stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, you smoke you some indica, you're gonna get hungry and you're gonna get tired. You feel me? So that is when it comes to sativa, it's more of a thinking type thing. When you can sit back with your people, y'all have a dope ass conversation, you know, on some different type of thought. But if you can't sleep or you can't eat or something like that, you want to get your indica, get you a nice indica, you know, smoke on that. Or even with the edibles, man, you know what I'm saying? If you in pain or something like that, and you know it bothers you and you don't like doing the pills and all the extra stuff, you know what I'm saying? Go get you a couple gummies or maybe get you a little chocolate bar or something like that.
Yo.
Or that indica, and that'll really help take away that pain. Go ahead.
And let me tell you, son, I don't remember what it was, yo, but I remember I had that joint once, yo, and you said it was sativa that gives you the body high, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, I had the sativa.
High, you know, how you feeling good and stuff?
Yeah, I had the sativa, and yo, let me tell you something. Like, the one that I was talking about earlier, it was like the blueberry muffin. And when I tell you it was the most enjoyable shit, it was the most enjoyable shit. Like my friend was laughing at me because I was I was laying under the blanket pretending I'm at a movie theater just looking at the TV. And I was like, yo. I was like, yo, I'm underground right now, bro. I'm underground looking at a movie right now, bro. Yo, my imagination was running deep and I was under a blanket. Man, them just threw a fucking blanket on me, bro.
Man, listen,
Shit.
but I tell you what though, man, it's a lot safer than doing all of these things that people make. You know what I'm saying? That a mug can be in the lab, with a lab coat on, with a damn little thing on their eye, looking into some shit, and they creating some shit, making some stuff up. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen, anything that a motherfucker can make in the lab, I don't want.
No, of course, but that's why I say that's why I say to people, you got to be very careful where you getting your weed from. Have a trusted dealer and know exactly who you getting it from, and that's it. That's my whole entire. But wait.
Bro, that's a fact.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like my thing about it is in this country, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's just like, yo, marijuana, yeah, you got the hookup. And be like, you dumb motherfucker. Do you not know that shit is GMO processed? And a lot of people don't be knowing like you getting cheap weed, yo. Like you don't know that.
Bro,
yo, hold on before you go. But before you go. Hustler Muscular is here. What's up, Hustler Muscular?
Nothing much. What's good, Bronzebird? What's the word? The things you say be so absurd.
Y'all, it's like that. So you said that you would never have marijuana again after 19 years old. Why is that?
Nope. I didn't like the smell or the taste of that shit. Never touched it again since then. I didn't get high, nothing like that. I just didn't like it.
I get high every day.
Well, you know what, hey, bro, that's you. Hey, I'm cool with that too. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. If you don't like it, you don't like it. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's your opinion.
Yeah,
hey,
weed is not for every. And like I'm saying, yo, we obviously know weed is not for everybody, bro. Like I haven't been. I'm not gonna say that I've ever had every fucking party drug because I haven't. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna tell people my business on here, but I had a couple of things that I started. I definitely didn't have heroin or shot up anything. I've seen people do heroin. I've seen people do crack. This is not a funny story, but it's a funny story. No, it's not a funny story, but it's a funny story because I'm giving off. Every single time I'm here, I'm always talking about New York, but it really be bad. You be seeing people doing heroin, you be seeing people doing crack. I even seen people smoking K2, and I've been seeing that where on the New York City subway system. Oh yeah, it gets real out in this motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? And the shit be crazy. But I remember, I'm not sure, but there's like military weed. And one of my friends smoked the military weed. I don't know who gave him that batch. But I swear, after he smoked it. Yes, military weed. I'm not sure if I think it was K2. I'm not really sure. But the smell of it didn't smell like regular marijuana. Like for some odd reason, I know it's the smell of marijuana and something that doesn't smell like marijuana. It smells like K2, in which I smelled K2 before because I was on a train when I smelled it. So anyway, my friend smoked it. We're in a dorm or whatever and stuff like that. The Stu goes to sleep or whatever. He wakes up and he starts twitching. Now you explain to me, yo, isn't that something you shouldn't be messing with? And the dope dealer or the bud dealer you got that from, you should smack the shit out of him because he's sitting up there having you twitching off of the weed? There's something going on with that.
Listen, I ain't on no smoking shit cuz you ain't gonna have me twitching to somebody's bird cage.
Yo, bro, that joy happened to dude, bro.
But hold on, you know what that is, cuz? I'm telling you, and I was gonna say this. I was gonna say this before you start talking, but I swear, bro, I live in Michigan, right? One of the smoke shops here in Michigan, they got caught for spraying pesticides on the bud, cuz they was walking in there with hazmat suits spraying the bud with pesticides, and one of the workers caught wind of it and told on they dumb ass, and they got in trouble, bro, for trying to poison people, bro.
But that's why I tell people,
like, you gotta be careful, like you said, bro. You gotta be careful, bro.
Exactly.
You ain't got no old school bud dealer that grow that shit they sell, bro. And know what they doing, bro. Be very, very careful.
And if it's organic, and if it's an organic shop, you gotta make sure you get the right Rastafari. You know what I'm saying? You get the right Jamaican, yeah. You know what I'm saying? My youth. Don't be getting and sit up there talking about, yo, I got Reggie and all this fuck shit.
You You know who I get my blood
You're
from?
right,
An old black
Rastafari.
lady.
Huh?
Bro, I get my blood from an old black American lady, an old black Indian lady.
Because they know what's up. That's what I mean.
Bro,
They know what's up, bro.
She's 60. She almost 60 years old, bro. She an older lady, bro. She got a green thumb out this fucking world, and she can grow some goddamn blood. And she don't charge me nothing but a penny. She don't type, tight time.
Appreciate
You know
your
what I'm
butt
saying? I know I'm getting some good shit. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm good. I know she ain't gonna hurt me. You know what I'm talking about? Real shit, man.
Yo, real quick, sloppy smokers are a problem too, and the ones who don't care or obey the signs in public buildings to smoke feet away, then they blow it in your face. Absolutely agree, bro. I wanted to smooth out of a building that I was renting to do business because a man was smoking so bad it started to get into the fabrics that I was using from India and other places. He was Russian. I'm not against anybody getting high. All that matters is that you function in society and not supporting your own addictions. That's true, because like I told you earlier, anything you could become addictive of. Well, he's not from Oakland, but he said you sound like you're from Oakland.
Who, me?
yeah, he says you sound like you're from Oakland because, yo,
that's dope. That's dope.
Letitia said when I moved to Washington, it was this dude who smoked K2. The man that had to go to the crazy home, come back out, started smoking again, let people shoot him with a BB gun, but some K2, that's crazy. Yeah, yo. I've seen people get high off of K2. Yeah, my friend did. And a bunch of like...
Hey, bro, where you from? Because K2, that's what we call it in Michigan. We call it K2.
Bro, I'm in New York, bro. You know
like
that?
Way back in the day.
Always
like
talking about,
back,
I'm from New York.
back in the day. Yeah, that's a fact, bro. Because do you remember, like, when we was growing up, you know what I'm saying? Brown girls like 18, 19, that's when K2 came out, and they used to have it in the store.
I don't remember, but that's the thing. I don't remember anything about no damn K2 until I was in
you know why I remember it?
I was in my early 20s.
On probation. A lot of my partners was on probation. They couldn't smoke real weed, so they had to smoke K2.
Yeah, they smoked the K2, bro. But that's what I found out about that shit when I got to college. When I went to my first college, I found out about K2. I was like, yo, that's wild. They have military weed? What type of joint is that, yo? And so what I'm saying is like, yo, when I found that out, we was all talking about it because my friend started twitching from him smoking weed. And then I remember it was some white girls in there, crazy-ass white girls, that didn't even just have, well, they didn't smoke marijuana, but I think one of them did coke. And then they started hallucinating. People was doing shrooms and all that other stuff. Yo, I seen some wild stuff in my day, fam. I'm not old, but I've seen some wild stuff. I was like, yo, that's crazy, fam. That's wild crazy.
Fam, I went to Michigan State. State, fam. I seen some wild shit, bro.
Yeah, of course, you know. Shorties out here getting white girl wasted. We smash them, you know what I'm saying? Then, you know, some other stuff. Blackout drinking. Yo, hold on. This is what I want to know.
Girls was getting messed up on.
Yo, wait. Ask him what did he see different from Michigan than Vegas. Vegas is a serious party lifestyle. That's what he's asking you.
Well, I never been to Vegas, but me growing up in Michigan and going to Michigan State, bro, Michigan State, when I went there was one of the top 5 party colleges in the United States, bro.
Yep,
I heard about a lot of shit, bro.
Michigan State.
I seen a lot of shit going to college, bro. No bullshit. I'm talking about white girls get fucked.
White girls get wasted, bro.
They don't care.
Man, all right, hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hustler and Muscular and Realize. Do y'all remember? I know this is not related to weed, but like, do y'all remember when Four Locos was popular?
Yeah, I remember.
I was just talking about when
that
I
was
was
sometime
about
in the 2010s. It's a drink. It's like it come in a regular. A regular can, like yay long or whatever the fuck, and it just.
But in Arizona, it came in an Arizona type can, though. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
Yep, that's what it was. I had a Four Loko in 10 years.
Yo, son,
bro,
I got blacked out. But not seriously, I got blacked out drunk off of that shit. Yo, imagine you have that one bottle to yourself, and then you take a second one, and then the shorty that you messing with gives you.
Crap.
It is. Let me tell you. Imagine what it's like. You take one straight to the face, no diddy. You drink that whole entire thing, and then you drink half of the second one, right? And then the girl you messing with gives you cocoa rum. Did you see how y'all got silent?
Yeah,
see how much
you was done. You was
done. Yeah. My blacked out drunk self back then, being stupid and dumb. Yeah, and let me say this for the record. Luckily, y'all hear from Bronzebird, I'm alive. I'm fine. My brain functions. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm here today to tell you the story.
Them Four Locos was something different, bro.
CIP
They
was good.
Different, bro.
And you know what another thing that I hated that they got off the shelves? They had this Bob Marley drink that was so fucking good, bro. You couldn't just drink it like a regular drink, yo. It was this yo. I remember this joint like it was yesterday, man. Marley Moods or whatever the fuck it's called. Let me see if I can actually put it on the screen. I'm gonna show y'all because I don't think nobody knew it but me. Cause I don't know if they sold it where y'all from, but yo, this joint
was
right
it a picture
here,
of
bro?
him on the bottle?
Yeah, this is the joint
Yeah, it was
right
a picture
here.
of him on the bottle. I remember that shit. I didn't drink it, but I remember it.
I was so pissed that they got that off the market because I used to love to drink that. Yo, you know what I'm gonna do? If I can find it, I'm gonna still order it because I don't give a fuck. I want that, but they knocked it off. There's so many. Okay, this is the thing. So many things happened in 2012. From 2012 to 2014, they knocked mad shit off the shelves, especially for locals, because a lot of people would complain about all that stuff that was going on.
They don't sell those anymore.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Look, I'm gonna tell you why they took Four Locos away, bro.
I don't think they
do. They took them Four Locos away because of the simple fact that white girls was dying on college campus. I'm telling you, bro. I was in
That sounds
school
about
when it was
white.
happening, bro. Them white girls was drinking that stuff and they was passing out and going crazy and unaliving. I'm telling you, they did.
Bro, listen, I could have.
I saw one at my local store just a few weeks ago, so they didn't take them all out everywhere.
Well, maybe they lowered down on where they sell them at because regular grocery stores, I definitely do not. I do not see it in my corner store. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it around the corner or the grocery stores around me. I don't see
the gas stations, local gas stations.
I don't see it at the local gas stations either. So I mean,
I don't see them no more, bro.
I don't see them no more.
Either,
they don't really be selling them for locals like that.
But they needed to take them off, man. That thing was dangerous, bro.
Hell yeah, almost died.
Drinking. Listen,
how was it dangerous?
I drank a half of one. Do you hear me?
Bro, I almost died from Four Locos.
I weigh
man.
150, bro. I'm 5'11", 150, bro. I'm telling you, I drank a half of one. Was like, wait a minute, I need to go home.
I started repainting the toilet the next day. Yo, I started repainting the toilet the next day. I thought I was gonna get through breakfast.
My question is, how much of the Four Loko? How much of it did y'all drink? Because I've had Four Loko before when I was in my university days, and it fucked me up, but not that much. But then again, I'm not much of a drinker, so maybe that's just me.
But that's the thing. Did you drink the whole thing? Wait.
I drank one. I drank a half a can, bro. Was like, go home.
Did you drink the whole thing?
I'm gonna say less than half of the can.
Nah, that's baby shit, man. And it's not gonna really do anything to you or for that, yo. I'm talking about I was drinking like a damn
I'm not much of a drinker.
Yeah,
listen, you drank 1.5, bro. That's crazy.
Well, it's about alcohol tolerance, which could be transferred. Yeah, it could get you. It's definitely good. Listen, the first sip, you gonna feel something. You feel me? Like, it's not gonna be one of those sort of things you just drink. Oh no. Like, bro, like it's gonna be it's heavy on alcohol.
You know what it reminded me of?
Yes, it is.
You know what it reminded me of? If y'all old enough, it reminded me of a New School Cisco mixed with Mad Dog 2020. That's what the fuck it reminded me.
What is it called again?
Okay, now back in the day, they used to have this drink called Cisco, and they used to have a drink called Mad Dog 2020. It reminded me of a mix of both of them, bro.
I remember
this is the worst shit you can drink. This is the worst shit you can drink. That was a mix of both of them, and that shit was liquid death in a can.
Yeah.
I swear, do not drink that shit.
I remember, pop side of my family used to have St. Ides straight out the brown bottle. You understand? Pops used to have that big ass glass bottle with St. Ides 45, bro. You know what I'm saying? But you know me, I kept it, relatively drinking, not all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an alcoholic or anything. But it's like I like drinking like apple cider beers and all that other stuff, and just sometimes just regular craft beers and stuff like that. Keep it simple. I'm not really trying to drink that much and stuff like that. But when you by yourself, man, you get yourself drunk. Woo! Yo, man, it was so crazy. Yo, listen, man. Yo, it was so crazy, fam. I remember I got drunk once. I was pissing between train cars, son. Like, yo, I was like, yo, it's just reckless out here, kid. But, nah, I didn't do nothing too crazy. And then singing on a train with a bunch of hipsters. And my friend had to tell me, shut the fuck up, because I was being too loud.
Well, you could, you know, that might happen if you smoke too much bud. You know what I'm saying? That
Would
could
they
happen
really tell you
anytime.
shut
ain't
the
even
fuck
gotta
up
be
if you
high or
smoke too
drunk.
much weed? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, nah, yo. He's like, all right, so Narratives asks me, he's asking y'all, he said, all right, I'm gonna go one by one because I'll answer last. So he's asking the panel, what are y'all's definition of party in 2024? Yeah, I think that's a good question. What are y'all definition of party in 2024?
Ooh, that's a
good question.
Great question.
That's a good question.
You know what? I would say this: a nice party is where you can go with your friends and family, have some drinks, whatever y'all do. You know what I'm saying? And everybody have a good time. You know what I'm saying? And everybody make it home safe. Or even if don't nobody go home and you making everybody put their keys in the bucket, you know what I'm saying, and make everybody stay the night. As long as everybody have a good time, don't nobody get hurt. I believe that's a nice party, man. Everybody just having a good time, enjoying each other company and energy. That's a good party.
H&M, what's your definition of party in 2024?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Party in 2020. For the record, I ain't partied in so damn long. I don't know what it looks like in 2024. I've been to a club in over 10 years, so I don't know what it looks like these days. But it's probably way worse than what it was when we were younger.
Hey, we probably around the
you
same
didn't hear me,
age
fam?
anyway. Yeah, we can
You
hear
didn't
you.
hear me, fam?
No, I heard
No,
you.
I was saying, cause I'm talking about, bro. Like, cause see, to me, man, a party ain't what it used to be when I was young. You know what I'm saying? When I was young, partying was we going to the club, we finna get lit, we finna chill with the females, we finna do all that.
Yep.
As you get older, partying changes, man. Your whole mindset of a party changes. Like now, partying to me is I'm gonna go hang out with my family and my friends. We're gonna have a barbecue. We're gonna sip some. We're gonna smoke some. We're gonna have a good ass time. Everybody gonna make it home safe. That's what a party is to me now. At 38 years old, I'm like, nigga, I don't care about going to no damn club. Don't even ask me to go to no club. I ain't going.
Exactly.
But guess what though? If we doing the bonfire in the backyard, we sipping, we barbecuing, and we chilling, bro. That's the type of party I'm talking about. It's a different type of party when you get older than you first get young.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know about y'all, but I ain't been to a club in over 10 years, since 2013, 2012, something like that, since I was 28, 29.
Nah, you right, bro. Hey, I will not even disagree, not even a quarter of a.
Now I go to the
You are
strip clubs
absolutely
every
right.
now and then.
In a
That
long
counts.
But that's what you and your partners. But guess what though? Y'all going home, and that ain't even a party. That's just y'all going out having a good time. That ain't no party.
I went to a strip club
You know what
and
I'm
I was
saying?
not.
Partying is with y'all all getting together in one spot. You know what I'm saying? It ain't it's not contained. It's in an open area. A party for me, man, is being with your people, being with your family, your friends, and y'all just having a fucking blast. And, you know what I'm saying? It's
Correct.
just fun and it feels good. You know what I'm saying? For me, that's what a party is now.
Well, I mean, party in 2024 is all abysmal because, I mean, if you really think about it, I don't even think Gen Z really likes partying the same way they used to. Because the way of partying with everybody, I think everybody got so accustomed to how it is at clubs and stuff like that. It just be like, all right, clubs, whatever, but like, bitches is going to art galleries, yo. Like,
bro,
art galleries for what?
Yeah, bro.
We
Art
come from house
galleries.
parties, bro.
Listen,
bro, we come from house parties.
Wait,
people
hold
in our
on,
age.
wait. But I'm talking about for 2024. I don't see the same atmosphere and wanting to get together to really want to go to clubs or it's not the same atmosphere. Like I don't think people really. I mean, people
here's
still.
my question.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Do y'all think it's an age thing or just a generation thing? Like times have changed since we were growing up, or maybe because we're older, we're more mature, we're not into that kind of stuff. Ooh, which is it?
I mean, I do understand it could be an age thing because that is true, right? But I think more or less what's happening now. Usually, people are interested in private parties as opposed to public parties or going to clubs and this, that, and the third. Like, look, listen, the thing that I felt great about, I'm not gonna lie, I had a date. And it's like, yo, way back when, like years ago. And I remember I felt at home at a lounge. I didn't even want to go sit up there and I'm going to the club for what? Because the thing about it is, the settings is like I didn't feel comfortable at clubs because I really wanted to smack the shit out of somebody. I'm being dead serious. Because the thing about it is, these dudes don't know how to act when they're under the influence of alcohol. They sit up there and start doing some weirdo stuff, putting their arms around you, and then the dudes are sitting up there playing tag, sitting up there doing some Diddy shit, sitting up there smacking dudes on their ass and all this other stuff. Like, yo, bro, you okay? You need some help, my friend. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, it just seems like the atmosphere is just like, all right, shorties know they're gonna get fly and they're gonna put up all their images on Instagram, like, yeah, we gonna go ahead and go out here and I'm looking sexy. But the grand standard for how it seems for party in 2024 is not the same. I don't think people was really excited to go out to clubs and all these different places. Yeah, they'll go to concerts, they'll go to Coachella, they'll go to these different places, but clubs and all that and partying, I think a lot of people was more into doing private parties. It's my opinion.
There's a difference in time, brother. It's just a difference in time. And the thing is, I remember house parties. You know what I'm saying? Before we even was old enough to go to clubs, man, we used to have house parties, man. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I remember the house parties.
We'd be in the basement. We'd be in the basement. We'd be dancing. You know what I'm saying? We had to dance off and shit like that with our partners. You know what I'm saying? We dancing with the girls and everything. The problem is now, in 2024, ain't nobody dancing. Everybody standing in their own corner and they staring at other
they
niggas,
was doing
wondering what's gonna pop
But they
off.
was doing
And
that.
that's the
Listen,
problem.
they was
Ain't
doing
nobody
that.
having fun no more.
Nah, that was the no.
They did it back when we was growing up, but
Yeah,
come on,
exactly.
man,
That's
it
what I
wasn't
mean.
as
Yes,
much.
that's what I'm saying. They
No,
was doing it back.
No,
they
that's
was
a fact. I
dudes
give you
was
that,
wallflower. Listen, yo, bro, dudes was wallflowers. They wasn't trying to.
But
sit
now
up there
everybody
and
wallflowers, even the females, bro.
Hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna talk about that real quick. So like dudes was wallflowers, bro. Dudes was sitting up. You know what it was with my friends and my homies? They'd be like, yo, we gonna get bitches tonight. We gonna get bitches tonight, son. You know, you take them over to the party, whether it's a house party or just some party somewhere. These dudes is dead standing on the wall, and they sit up there not trying to mac, not trying to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then the girls are sitting up there dancing with each other and stuff like that. And ain't no dude trying to do it there, but it's dudes like me that's gonna take a chance and be like, you know what? I'm going to dance with her. I ain't gonna lie, I still have my shy moments, but when you break out of that shy moment and just be like, yo, you know what? Fuck it. But what I'm saying is 2024, I think, is just become a scene nobody's interested in really having fun anymore. I think it's just like get-togethers is the wave now versus parties, clubs, and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, we're gonna be at our friend's house, or you know, we gonna rent out this. I remember when one of my homies was renting out Airbnbs and having parties up in there, man. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. People pulling stuff off like that. And then they be like, yo, let's put this on Instagram and this, that, and third. You know how I go, bro. But the whole entire life of 2024.
Well, that's the thing.
That's
You got to remember, back in the day, we didn't have no social media. We barely had camera phones. So we were more keen to going out, actually trying to meet some fucking body and try to be sociable. Nowadays, it's all taking pictures, taking selfies, being on your phone, looking at shit.
No, that's a fact. Social media ruined how people interact with each other on real time.
I mean, if you was growing up in a space of my... Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, even with our time right now, social media, bro, it has been a great tool for young people to make money and do their thing, and that is a great thing. But at the same time, people forgot how to socialize. Because, yo, I remember a time where you had to go get a girl's number physically. You had to go and she had to write it down on a piece of paper. I remember when brothers, they made sure that they carried around a pen so that if they met a girl, they can get her number. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, I carried a pen and paper in my car all the time.
Look, check this out though. We knew how to talk to a woman. Nowadays, these brothers they don't know because of this social media shit. It has made us not understand each other as people, bro. We are not social. We are straight up freaking robots. We don't know how to interact. We don't know how to talk to each other. And social media is a part of that because guess what? Even on another side of that, think about this, brothers. You know what? How many times have you heard a brother say something to another brother or say something to you where you like, wait a minute, in real life, bro, I'll knock you the fuck out, right? That's the thing. Nobody has no repercussions. There's nothing that happens. You can say whatever the hell you want, and you are in your home. You behind that keyboard or that phone, and you can just say whatever you want to. That is another problem, dog. This internet
last stream too.
It's been good. It has been bad. It's been both because we don't know how to interact with each other no more. There's no accountability. Nobody, just you know what I'm saying. They just say whatever. Because let me tell you something, ain't no YT person gonna sit in a brother's face or sister's face and call them a monkey, but they will online.
Of course,
they will online.
It's about listen.
You know what? Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Because it's all about autonomy. It's not autonomy. Anonymity. However you pronounce it. Right? Anonymousness. Anonymity. But the thing about it is because think about it. Because anonymous, being anonymous, right? So the thing about it is like this. The reason is because you don't need to see what I look like through an avatar. You don't need to know my real name unless you're looking to dox me. And then besides that, no one really cares. No one the way that we're interacting here on this app right now, StreamYard or whatever, where since we're paying for all this other stuff to be doing these streams, you can say whatever the fuck you want. Because the thing about it is, to be like, yo, fuck you, nigga. And you know why I can say that? Because you ain't gonna do shit. What's the worst you can do to me unless you personally know me and know where my information is? You know what I'm saying? Unless you really know where I live or this, that, and third, that's the only way you can harm me. But otherwise than that, if I really feel like saying you dust bowl piece of shit, fuck boy, you ain't gonna do something, incel motherfucker, don't get no pussy looking ass motherfucker. And because the thing about it is, that is the problem. But what I'm saying is, I'm happy for this because I always suggest to everybody at the end of the day, there needs to be a balance of being on social media and getting some goddamn sun. I do that. You understand what I'm saying? Because I can't get too entangled to the fact of the matter. I'm going to be doing stupid shit like falling in love with avatars and sit up there and be like, oh my God, love. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm outside and be like, I can't socialize with women or men. That's not my, you know what I'm saying? It's that healthy balance of like, yo, look, listen, I need that time off. I cannot have my whole world revolve around a social media app. And certain people do. They really do. And, you're not getting the word in at all. Oh, sorry about that. I'm lost. But what I'm saying is it's not that healthy balance. So with that happening, you have a lot of people out here that's just like, yo, my muse is StreamYard, YouTube. I can't wait to get on there so I can curse some dude out and talk about how much of an incel he is and how much of a piece of shit he is. I can't wait to hear my favorite content creator that I'm madly in love with and all this other stuff out here because she makes me tickle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that healthy balance. And unfortunately, it's going to get a lot worse because what do we have now? VR, and we have AI women, AI thirst traps.
Don't forget sex bots.
Sex bots, bro. Like, seriously, like, bro, the fact of the matter that a whole entire AI personality from Instagram has a Patreon just to show them bucket naked and it's an AI, that shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not understanding how, I couldn't, seriously, no, I'm being serious. I didn't understand this, wait, I'm really telling you. I really look back and I'm like, yo, this dude made a response to it. As in like, yo, I can't believe y'all dudes really fell for the bait and y'all really fell for a woman who's an AI and y'all got that person who could be a man who made that AI a whole entire Patreon that y'all subscribe to, and it's 1,000 people, fam.
That's life stinks! Shit!
But that's what I mean. It's crazy, bro. It's craziness. My fault. Y'all got it. What's up, Sunkiss?
Hey, bro. And look, I don't listen. I don't hate anyone, and I don't down talk nobody. I don't. I never get online and try to punch down on nobody. That's just a fact.
I will if I need to.
I want to say this: if they can make a whole man a woman, then they can create a woman. That's all I'm gonna say. They can create one. If they can make a whole nother species into another species, they can create a species. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying.
Rubber, and I didn't.
AI life.
Man, that shit's crazy to me. You be looking at the dolls and the robots like, wait a minute, like this shit is real. It's literally real. It's right there. They put it right in your face, like you can come smash this doll, and it's like, what?
Yo, have you seen those videos of them Asian dudes that be sitting up there stroking the damn plastic joint?
That shit is sick, bro. That shit's sick.
Like, yo, I was really sitting back like, yo, bro, that can never be me, bro. Like, nah, son. Like, I can't get used to that. Like, and then, you know, I remember I did a video way back when I started my YouTube when I was talking about AI sex dolls. And I was talking about that, and I was just like, yo, it's really crazy because they really developed that connection with them AI sex dolls, and they really be like, yo, this is the love of my life. And I'm like, yo, but they don't talk, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, bro, at the end of the day, yo, I'm always going to want the real thing, son. Like, nah,
but
my
you
girl
know
gotta
what's
be,
crazy?
you know
I wish I'd have made it
interactive. I can see if it was an interactive AI, but even then, shit.
Right. That's weird,
these
bro.
ones is
Listen,
dead-ass
but it was
dolls,
made.
yo.
Listen, bro. It was made for the weirdos. It was made for the weirdos who can't get nobody. It was made for the weirdos, bro. I'm telling you, they ain't never got none, bro. They are weirdos, bro. It's just what it is, bro. Could you see yourself spending some money like that, bro? To do
Nah, bro.
Come on,
like
man.
them joints be like, bro. I've seen a lot of them that was like $5,000 and all this other stuff. I said, could it not be me?
Bro,
Listen,
ain't no way, nigga. I don't want to get a $20 bottle.
but let me tell y'all a wild story real quick. I'm gonna respond to this comment real quick. I'm mad at the fact that I didn't come up with the idea of an AI chick online for I can make some money. Yo, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Yo, I got that shit in my notes somewhere. Let's just say that. So don't I ain't gonna find out. But yo, Bronzebird create some damn AI chick because I want to get paid off of Instagram or TikTok. Y'all can't knock the hustle. Especially if I sit up there and create an AI voice for that joint. You know how great AI has been? Bro, you can gain a fortune.
We need to make a dude with a female.
Nah, but women are more marketable. I've researched it. I looked at it. Then men are not. Yo, look, listen. More people are more inclined, in psychology-wise, I'm starting to study this as well. They want to pay more attention to women before they pay attention to men. I study everything. I even study voices. They're more inclined to hear a woman speak before they hear a man speak. If it's a man giving a command, then they're doing it. But if it's instructions and this, that, and the third, they prefer a woman to do it. I'm studying this I'm studying the psychology behind it. I might make a video on it in the future. But anyway, like my thing about it is, don't get mad at me, but this is the funny story I want to tell y'all. Rest in peace to dude, first of all, because I talked about this. Oh, peace to Toxic Angel. I remember when I first started up on YouTube, you know, when I was trolling back then and whatever and stuff like that. I used to get on this panel, and they had this older gentleman who had this thing called a waifu. And he had a sex doll. He actually bought a sex doll. He had 2 kids, had divorced his wife way back and all that other stuff, right? So he used to brag. He'd be like, yeah, I got my waifu. We in love. I'm going to marry her and all this other stuff. So I tried not to judge him. I tried my best to just keep my thoughts to myself and be open-minded. Be like, you know what? Everybody wants love in their own way. They can have love in their own way. It doesn't matter if it's through online. It doesn't matter if it's a doll. It doesn't matter if it's an actual person. Everybody has their own thing. But when this dude got out of line and he started talking mess about me, I started talking mad crap about his waifu in front of his face. Well, I mean, talking online. I said, yo, I hope I'm one day, I'm gonna have my car and I'm gonna drive over your bum ass waifu. Keep talking shit. And I could tell this dude really got in his fifis as soon as I started saying that. I said, don't talk about me. And then got the nerve to call me a damn incel. I'm an incel? Wait. I'm an incel, but you're the one that have a damn sex doll, and I'm out here talking to women in real life, my dude. I'm an incel? Make it make sense.
Wow.
Dude called me an incel. I'm like, you have a whole sex doll, bro. Y'all tell me how. Tell me how that.
It's pathetic how people just throw those stupid ass words around. I don't care if it's simp, incel, loser. They just throw that shit out there just to make themselves look good.
How the hell you gonna call me an incel when you have a sex doll, sir? I don't understand that. Like that shit don't make any sense.
You know what? I might be a bit of an introvert. I will say that. I might be a bit of an introvert. I will say that.
I'm an introvert.
I ain't gonna lie. look, I ain't gonna hold you. I love people, man. I can get out with my people. I can speak to people. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool. Like I'm good with that part. But for the most part, I want to be by my motherfucking self. I'm cool with just being with me, nigga. I love me for me. I'm cool with that. So I could say that maybe I might be an introvert.
But I mean, if being an introvert still, but at the same time, you could be an introvert and at times you still want a partner, or you know, if you just a man that's a bachelor and you do your thing, you want to smash. Yeah, he did pass away. I think his name was like Black Seafood Irish or some shit. Yeah, that dude fucking played me, son. Sat there and started disrespecting me out of nowhere. I said, get the fuck out of here. What's up, Wacky?
Man, these days, bro, as long as you don't call me black or an African, too.
Yo, Brownsbird, are you talking about that dude that lives in upstate New York who used to show off his doll whenever he's on camera?
Yeah, it was an older man. He had glasses.
Yeah. Oh, he passed away?
Yeah, he passed away 2 years ago.
Oh, shoot, rest in power to him, man. Shoot, how he passed away, if you don't mind me asking?
He had I think he had some type of form of cancer, because no lie, the last time I really seen him, he was on a stretcher. He was on the hospital bed. And he was speaking to us, and he had he had the things, he had the IVs in his arms and stuff like that. And I was just like, damn, yo, I applaud him for still doing what he loves, which is to go on live stream and do what he's doing, Right. And that's where you get that dude. If you ever notice, what's his name? King's Lion to come here, and he's always saying his phrase, "Stop with the Mickey Mouse bullshit." That comes from him. That Seafood Irish or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
But that's
I remember.
That's the dude that dissed me.
Oh, word, damn, that's fucked up. Damn, he gonna diss you in court. You an incel, but he has the dog.
He called me an incel.
That's crazy.
I was like, what?
How you gonna call somebody an incel? You got a whole sex doll in your house. That's like me calling Bronzebird. That's like me calling Bronzebird a crackhead, but I got a whole drug house in my crib. I can't judge you, motherfucker. Damn, look at me.
Right, exactly, bro.
Bad, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, Wacky.
You smoking on a whole rock. You calling somebody a crackhead? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I remember 2 years ago when I was on Pass a $40 live stream, and I said something about homeboy was on the panel with his dog, and I said something in the chat about his dog. I forgot exactly what I said, but I said something about it in reference to him being sick having this dog, right? And then he took offense to that.
Yeah, he did not like when you talked about his waifu at all, yo.
Yeah, but my thing is this. I'm sorry to interrupt, right? But
no, you good.
Whatever you put out there on the internet is open to criticism.
Yes.
So you put that doll out there and you open and let everybody know that you have a relationship with a doll. People are going to have an opinion about it. And some of these opinions you may not like, but guess what? You put yourself in that position to be criticized. You put it out there.
Yeah, you put it out there. So you can't be mad that you're gonna get criticism for it, or you act in a certain way, and we not gonna comment on that. Especially me as a troll. Oh yeah, I'm gonna use it against you because I want to see you crack, and I want to see how you gonna act as soon as I start making fun of it. But look, listen, I try to have an open state of mind because Wacky, back in the days, me and you used to be on Money AD's channel and all that other stuff. So, I'm just like, oh, all right, what I'm saying? Different crowd, what I'm saying? Trying to get my feet wet. That was around the time Money AD and Miss Elite was beefing. I don't know what the beef was about. It was like a frenemies type of beef and shit. But, I was trying to be cool with it. But I think Seafood tried to disrespect me and called me an incel around the time Money AD was trying to pressure me into trying to pick a side. Either I was going to be cool with his crew or I was going to be cool with Miss Elite. And I'm like, I don't have no beef with none of y'all. I think it's just foolish that you want me to pick a side between who I roll with on panels. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Right. If right now, if I really have an op, which I really don't. I don't have ops. You know what I'm saying? I don't have ops like that. know what I'm saying? The only person you usually hear me say that I have a problem with, because I think he's a bitch ass nigga, is DJ Touch Dick, aka DJ Torch. But otherwise than that, you never hear me sitting up there saying, oh, you shouldn't go to that channel, or you shouldn't go over there because they are op. You'll never hear me say that, because I'm like, yo, it's YouTube. Who the hell am I to tell you what channel you can and cannot go to?
Right.
How can I panel police you, bro?
Right, right.
Unless I can hack your joint and just be like, nah, you getting off this stream right now. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
but,
right.
But I don't have no authority to do that.
But it's like this. It's like this. People have the right to be neutral.
Yes.
People have, like, neutrality exists. Like, who is anybody to force someone to pick a side because you have a personal issue with another person that you've never met in real life before? Come on, man.
Yeah, get off my back, yo.
Yeah,
and that's what happened.
That's not how grown-ups supposed to operate.
Yo.
You know, whatever issue you have with someone, that's between you and that person.
And you know something too, to go back on that memory, it was Money AD. He was attacking me. Money AD was attacking me. Some dude Raven was attacking me. What's her name? They used to always talk about her because she had big titties. I forgot.
With the glasses.
With the glasses.
Yeah, Della Senpai.
Della Senpai came at me afterward, called me a bitch ass nigga. I'm like, what? You was sitting up there complimenting me and talking about how you attracted to me, ho? What the fuck you talking about? So I'm sitting there and I'm like, so all y'all coming at me, and Money AD and his usual self, I'm sorry to say it, he probably ain't never listening, so it don't matter. The dude always comes up with the same goddamn disses. You know what he says? You don't get no pussy. I fucks pussy. I get pussy. Yeah, you ain't fucking no pussy. Yo dick in this. And I sit back and I be like, yo, a lot of you dudes is a little bit suspect, fam. Why y'all concerned about where my dick goes?
Exactly.
What's wrong with y'all? And why y'all concerned about who I'm fucking? What is it to you, fam?
I don't get that. I don't get that in general. I don't get it. I'm just speaking in general, as far not personally towards Homeboy, but in general, because I hear a lot of that when people talk about, when people have statements, when people talk about, well, you don't get no kitty cat, or you don't have a girl, as if they know your personal life. But why are they concerned about it? So that is sort of borderline suspect when you got males being concerned and have something to say about the dating life for other males that they really know nothing about.
Right, exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's not Raven Knight, by the way. Yeah. Sorry, Narratives. It's not him. It's somebody else.
Just like when you have grown men talking about my hair because I have locks, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have grown men that have something to say about my hair. I'm like, this is not what heterosexual males don't do that.
Wait a minute.
That's some suspect shit.
Wait, slow down. Wacky, you mean to tell me dudes really be on panels talking about your hair?
Yeah. Dude,
yo, I'm dead.
Dude, I've had RBR accusing me of wearing faux locks, right?
Bro, get the fuck out of here. I was
He said that shit, you was wearing faux locks.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
What the fuck? Yo,
yeah.
I can't.
That's crazy.
I've had RBR accuse me of wearing faux locks, and your boy Big J, when me and him was getting at it, he starts talking about my hair, talking about your hair's longer than a woman, right?
What?
Your hair's longer than a woman,
How is that a diss, bro? Like
exactly. And then he starts, and he said something that I kind of find funny. He was like, "You look like you in a Head and Shoulders commercial with your hair all long." Like, what you worried about my hair for, dog?
That's why I say, yo, a lot of dudes on this app, yo, they be having me question things so many times, yo. I've been seeing things take place last year, and I'm just looking at dudes sideways, like, y'all dead ass. Dudes coming out of nowhere, like, yo, why you rolling with Bronzebird? Yo, that dude is a loser. That dude is an incel, yo, and this, that. It's like, yo, y'all don't even know me, fam. Y'all need a lot of help in y'all lives, yo. It's not healthy for y'all to be that so concerned about little old Bronzebird. It's not cool.
How do they know if you're an incel or not? They don't even know you personally.
And again, I tell people, in order for me to be an incel, I have to call myself an incel. I ain't no incel. I don't have a problem talking to women or getting some punani, getting some pussy. I have no problem with that. The
exactly.
Fuck? Like, and even if I did, bro, what the fuck is it your business?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of dudes on this app got to check themselves. And these be the same cats out here who will diss you, but then want to talk about game, and then sit up there and be glad as shit some women, some attractive women or women with a nice voice come up on a panel. I sit back and I just be like, yo, people clown themselves. And I sit there and watch because they be the first ones to diss dudes like me that just keep it humble and real. Yeah. They get offended when I come around. They be like, oh, Bronzebird is here. Yo, that dude is here. Why they like, what do they like about Bronzebird? Because Bronzebird, I said, yo, look, but I just laugh in y'all face because y'all funny, man.
But here's the thing, though, right? it goes to show you how a lot of adult males have what's that? Damn, man, I just forgot. Damn, Arrested Development. They suffer from Arrested Development. They have not mentally developed, because if you're an adult male, especially if you're in your 30s, 40s, or 50s, there's no way you should be talking about how another male, quote unquote, don't get any kitty cat and try to use that as an insult. This is something that we was doing in high school. You know, because in high school, when you were a teenager, getting some kitty cat was like the biggest highlight of your life, right?
Yes.
But once you're an adult male, right, your thinking should expand beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your level of maturity should expand beyond that. So sitting there, so if you're especially in your 30s, 40s, or older, talking about how trying to insult another male by saying how he does not get any kitty cat, you're resorting to teenage-like insults, showing you that you've never grown up. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. By the time you start, I'm gonna say about between ages of 18 and 22, 23, you should be past that whole bragging about getting pussy, bragging about smashing this chick or dicking her down. You should be past that phase by college at least.
Exactly.
I passed that phase at age 19, maybe 20.
I've always been above that. You feel me? And it's just like, yo, I'm gonna put the cards on the table. A lot of dudes underestimate me until they find out that the girl that they like actually likes me. So I'd be like, yo, y'all can keep talking all that shit, but she wasn't paying you no attention. She was paying me attention, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And I just shut the fuck up and
but
be quiet.
And you know what's crazy about that though is it's not about the sex part, right? It's about who you are. You know what I'm saying? When people see people, you know what I'm saying? They be like, oh shit, I like that motherfucker. Even though you don't know them fully yet, you see them for who they are. That's what makes you like them. That's what makes you go ahead and lay on down. Because you gotta like somebody first. If you don't, man, you see somebody you ain't fucking, man, you won't even give them the time of day to have a conversation. So it's about the aura of the person, who that person is, how they carry themselves. That makes another person be like, ooh, I like that. You know what I'm saying? So it really is about you and how you carry yourself for real.
Which a lot of dudes tend to neglect. Then they come at me, they come at people, they be like, but do you understand game? I'd be like, bro, game is just being yourself. Not putting on a facade, trying to look for dating coaches and sit up there and talk to rejects that think they know everything about dating in the world, bro. Like, and sit up there and talk about, oh, you must get 9s to 10s. Listen, sir. I ain't gonna even make this about dating, because I swear to God, I told people for like recently, I said, yo, I don't know what it is, but this dating content is starting to get on my damn nerves now, because it's just reciprocals of the same shit. All dudes want to do is have conversations with women on their panels. That's all it really is, in my honest opinion.
You know what? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just. My thing about it is, when I had talked about this, because I tell people I'm dumb. I don't understand what game is. I'll just go up to a woman, say what I think, say what's on my mind, and usually they like what I have to say, and I just know how to have a conversation with them. It is what it is. I've seen dudes that I remember this remarkable story. I seen this dude in my college, and he was doing so good talking to the girl, and then he fucked up. And I wish that I knew him, because I would have been like, yo, bro, what are you doing? She was feeling your vibes, bro. Like, So what if you a nerd? You act as if just because you a nerd, you can't get women. You can't get women as a nerd. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go ahead, Wacky.
Hardly.
No, that's. I mean, whether you a nerd or not, you know, the thing is with a lot of people on here, are just thirsty, lonely, desperate motherfuckers. So
define thirsty, please.
Define thirsty. Niggas desperate for some pussy, or bitches desperate for some damn dick. Excuse my language.
Nah, you know over here.
All good. That's panel.
You know, that's what it. That's what it is. A lot of people on here are just thirsty and desperate and lonely. So they focus a lot on this dating topics as a way to romanticize being with a significant other. That's what it is, man.
And let me
That's
add
what it
this
is.
in too. Let me add this in too. The whole entire thing is to, in my opinion, is to create these panels of conversations about, let's challenge the status quo. Let's have a debate about relationships and this, that, and the third, to just pull in women so that they can have them on a panel and just be like, I'm an alpha man, I'm an alpha dog. Bitch, nigga, you not no alpha. See, I was one of the first dudes to sit up there and say, I'm not alpha. I define myself more of a sigma. I don't demand attention.
Yep, me too.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly, H&M. I don't demand attention. I get attention. I'm not a braggadocious dude. I'm not arrogant. I just know myself. And I just be like, yo, I'm sigma.
But that's
I demand respect, not so much attention.
Thank you.
But that's what desperate people do. They do things in order to try to get attention, especially from the opposite gender, to go on their channel. Then they could, do their online macking and shit like that.
Yeah, bro.
That's a fact.
Bro.
But the thing is with these dating topics is that it's not even deep. They don't even delve deep in it. They just regurgitate a bunch of bullshit that they hear from the next content creator. And don't let it be from name was Christ. I call Kevin's name is Christ. That's
YouTube daddy. YouTube daddy.
Yeah, YouTube Messiah. Not even a YouTube daddy, YouTube Messiah.
YouTube daddy, the Messiah.
They waiting for Kevin Samuels to resurrect back from the dead and make his second coming.
They tried to give the clone. They tried to get the clone Stacey Price to do it, but Stacey Price ain't doing it, fam.
Yeah. No disrespect. No disrespect to the dead when I say that about Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace. But hold on for a minute. Let me say this, right?
Go ahead, G.
What happened? Go ahead. It's one of these. Okay, these dating topics are one of these subjective, anecdotal filled topics where you don't even have to be intelligent or do any type of research in order to have an opinion on these topics. That's why it attracts a lot of stupid people. It's not a topic where you have to do research where it's really based on facts, because once again, when you hear a lot of these talking points, it's not even backed up by facts. Like someone say this stupid ass shit like marriage is tricking. I think that's a dumbass. So what you saying? If you say marriage marriage is contractual tricking, that's basically the argument. So what you're saying is that a husband is a John or a trick, and the wife is a prostitute. If that's the logic you want to roll with, then at the same time, you cannot shame a female for not being married, which is what they like to do. What a lot of people, especially a lot of males, they love to do, especially when it comes to single mothers. They love to shame a female who's a certain age, has a child, and unmarried, but yet will say that marriage is tricking. So if marriage is tricking, right? With that logic, you're saying that a wife is a prostitute, then you should actually embrace or respect the fact that a female is a single mother, because according to your logic, if she's single, that means she refused to be a prostitute. According to your
logic.
That's possible.
Stupid. Oh my God, that's stupid.
You know what I'm saying?
It's stupid.
That
is stupid. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. That is fucking dumb. Anybody who thinks that way is fucking stupid. How?
Wait. Could y'all run that through me again?
Oh my God, bro.
Could somebody run that through me again? So she's a single mother.
Y'all got it. I'll wait.
Before you
somebody
go,
run that through me again.
Before you go,
Now I'm saying somebody run that through me again. So if you're a single mother,
no, I'm saying with that logic. Okay, with the logic where people say that marriage is contractual tricking, right?
Yep.
With that logic,
it's bullshit.
Exactly. What they're saying is that with that logic, saying
that's
that the husband,
dumb.
it is dumb. They're saying that the husband is a trick or a John. Likewise, what they're also saying is that the wife is a prostitute. So, with that being said, it is dumb. It is dumb. But these same people who say that love to shame females for not being married. Like if a female is of a certain age and have children and are not married, they'll shame them for not being married. But wait a minute. If they believe that marriage is tricking, then they should be happy that a single female is not married, because according to their logic, this single female is refused to be a prostitute.
That's what you're supposed to be doing.
I get it. Okay, when you put it like that, I get it now.
Right.
That's dumb. Oh my God. Oh my man. Listen, bro. I love the way you just put that shit, because ain't nobody ever said it like that. But that is fucking dumb.
Can't make this shit up.
That's fucking stupid. Listen, y'all. Look, let me tell y'all. This is what I heard when I heard this brother break this shit down like this. Okay, because I've never heard it broke down like that. So please allow me to just say this piece, and I won't be long. Y'all, what I just heard is that what they're trying to do is make it to the point where black women are not attracted to black men and black men are not attracted to black women. And we are not black. Okay? I just want to put that out there. But I'm saying that's what it seems like. It seems like they don't want us to be attracted to each other, so they pit us against each other so that there are no black babies being made.
Let me.
That's all I gotta say.
I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far.
I'm gonna say this.
On
a deeper level, is there content out there to dissuade people from having healthy relationships? Yes. Is there definitely content out there that's a whole big show of nothing, and people are projecting and lying to themselves because they know they full of shit, but they just feel like, I'm going to talk about this topic because A, it's going to make me money, and B, I'm going to be able to use this as a marketing strategy to get exactly what I want, which goes back to my point of point A. Yes. The whole entire thing is marriage rates is low, making babies is low. Like, I mean, I was surprised. I was on the gram the other day and I was like, oh shoot, I used to see this chick that's on Instagram all the time. Oh shoot, she's having a baby. Oh wow, that's crazy. But you know where that comes from? People who's been in relationships for a long time. You understand what I'm saying? There's too many people out here who's rushing this love stuff. Oh, I'm in love and let's have a baby. Let's get married. But then you come from a cycle background where you're sitting up there looking at this content and be like, well, I'm red pill and you're not red pill, ho. Bow down to me. Be submissive. Shut the fuck up. And honestly, really think to yourself how much of a dumbass you sound like. Because the thing about it is, it's just, I've been around plenty of women that know about submission, know that they want to be submissive to the man or right man, this, that, and the third, and all that. They know that. Women who obviously don't know that are either dominant or they just don't care. There's a difference, bro. And we all understand that, we know that, but it's just a big cap that I see a lot of these brothers and a lot of these men talk about. I just be like, yo, why y'all gotta lie to yourselves, bro? Why can't you admit you might have fumbled on a bad bitch before? Why can't you admit that you really be looking for love in all the wrong places? Like, why can't you admit that, sir? Like, come on, son. Like, let's really be real and put that on the table. While you out here looking for these certain women that look all nice when they all up in the avatar. You got the chick that married Tyrone Gibson sitting up there talking about Sigma males and all this other stuff. And in my honest opinion, I don't know. What is her name? Samantha Lee or something like that?
Yep, Samantha Lee.
Yeah. Samantha Lee, I don't know, because I feel like Samantha Lee says some stuff that's like, it has me thinking. And I'm not trying to make this conversation about her, but I'm like, what did you do to Tyrese? Because Tyrese said you did some foul shit to him while y'all was married. So I'm kind of sitting there looking at you side-eye like, should I take your word, or are you going to really admit your responsibility to break up the relationship? I'm a little bit suspicious.
It's possible, but I don't know about her. I mean, some females can go through some bullshit and change up, but I have doubts about a lot of them. Same thing with some of the guys, too. They fuck up in relationships, too, but are they really coming around? Are they really embracing the truth? Who knows?
Yo, but let me say this. Okay, like there's a person in the chat who makes the argument that all females are for sale, saying that all females are prostitutes. I mean, if you're going to say that, what you have to do, you have to provide documentation to prove that every single female have sex in exchange for money. because that's what prostitution is. When a person exchanges sexual favors for money, right? So you have to, if every female is for sale, if every female is a prostitute, you have to prove that by providing documentation that every single female have exchanged sexual favors for money.
Yo,
I mean,
like this is an interesting conversation. That's the barge. That's the barge out here.
I don't give gifts. Once again, provide documentation to prove that all females have exchanged sexual favors for money.
Hit this link.
Documentation. DOCUMENTATION. Hopefully I spelled it right. You know, don't just give just these words. Provide documentation to prove that.
Or else.
Shit! That life stinks!
Once again, I'm telling this person.
In other words, shut the fuck up.
I'm not even telling them to shut the fuck up. I'm telling them to provide documentation. Every single woman you went out with, you spent money. Well, some females spent money on me.
That's true.
Some females I went out with spent money on me. Does that make me a prostitute? No.
But see, no, hold on, bro. Look, hold on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it like real men. We all grown men up here, right? We all grown men. Look, let's be real. Let's be real. Some of us, you know, man, listen, we gonna spend money, man. We gonna try to wine and dine a woman because we like her. We wanna be in a relationship with her, so we gonna do that, and we gonna do that to keep her. You know what I'm talking about? We gonna do that. We gonna take her on dates. We gonna make her feel special because we like her, because we love her, because we want her in our life. And the woman is gonna do the same thing for a man. If she really like you, bro, if she really in love with you, bro, she's gonna do the same thing for you. So we need to stop all this. See, that's what I'm talking about, y'all. They want us to hate each other so we ain't making no babies. That is bullshit.
But let me say this. You see what you said? You said we do that. We take a woman out because we like her, we love her. But according to this guy in the chat, that's prostitution.
He full of shit, man. He full of shit, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry. He full of fucking shit. I'm gonna say it. You goddamn right. And I ain't no motherfucking simp, but I tell you right now, I love my motherfucking woman. I'm gonna take her out. I'm gonna take my goddaughters out. I'm gonna make sure that my family is good, man. These motherfuckers are the simps. God damn it.
Exactly.
You gonna call me a simp and I take care of my motherfucking family. I do what's right. Man, I ain't no fucking simp. I love my woman. I'm gonna open her motherfucking door. I'm gonna buy her some flowers when I don't need to for no fucking reason. Y'all tripping.
But once again, hold on. Let me say this. So far, I'm sorry to interrupt, right? But so far, I'm asking this person in the chat to provide documentation to prove that every single female have exchanged sexual favors for money. So far, this person
he can't provide shit. He's a lame. He's a simp.
Exactly. But I'm just.
So what's happening here is that my man's over here, tickle studies. Even though I know who you are, that's the barge, son. So are we saying that the barge is
EAP? Cap. CAP. Cap.
It is, but okay.
The only one is Cap is his dumb ass. I'm sorry, you know me, Brian. I ain't even mean like that, bro. But I don't give a damn, bro. Ain't nobody gonna come in no man's space and tell no man that taking care of his woman and being a good man to his woman and catering to his woman just like she do to him is a bad thing. Fuck you, niggas.
That makes you, according to this person's logic, that makes you a trick, which is stupid. But anyhow, right? The thing is that okay, it's like this is the thing, right?
Yeah.
This person keeps repeating the same thing over and over again, and this is what happens when a person does not have a legitimate argument to stand on. Whenever you put this person in the position to prove that their argument is true, they resort to repeating their argument, and repeating your argument is not providing evidence to prove that it's true. Repeating your argument is just basically you have nothing else to say, so you go start all over again. Okay, to prove your argument, you must provide actual documented facts that confirms that what you're saying is true. And so far, I have asked this person several times to do that, and this person has failed to do it. So what does that go to show you? That this person is not standing on truth. You know, and that's the thing that we have to do when it comes to these types of people. When they come on here and make these outlandish statements, but yet pretend to be intelligent while doing it. We have to question it. We have to ask this person for evidence, right? And if this person have refused to provide evidence or is unable to provide evidence, like this dude in the chat, then it goes to show that this person is not standing on any type of truth. But now what this person is doing, they keep on typing and typing, right? But they're not really saying anything because they're not really providing documentation to back up what they're saying. But yet want to keep on arguing a statement that they cannot prove to be true. It's
you know
crazy.
What's crazy, bro? Look, check this out. Ooh, let me get on this motherfucking.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Can I say one thing, brother? I'm sorry.
Go
brother.
ahead. You got it. Go. You got it, G. Go.
I asked this person for proof, and instead of this person providing proof, this person wants to ask me a question. No. I'm not going to answer any of your questions until you provide documentation to prove that all females are prostitutes. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. My fault, man.
Nah, bro. Because you know what? It's niggas like this. And I do not promote violence. But boy, listen. I have a mother. I have a sister. I have goddaughters, bro. I got a niece, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro? See, this the type.
You getting touched? You getting wrecked, son?
Nah, bro. This is where I gotta calm myself down, bring myself back, and make sure that I don't just because that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. We have too many beautiful motherfucking bronze and copper motherfucking women who are great women. I'm talking about nigga Big Mama. Stop playing. Tell me Big Mama wasn't the head of the household in every fucking household. Y'all, listen, if you let this whole ass nigga disrespect our big mamas, y'all need y'all ass whooped too. Cause that's no, we ain't doing that. When we talk about our big mamas, man, we talk about respect. First and foremost, respect and love and tradition and what she taught us and how she cared. Ain't nobody in the fucking world can talk about your big mama. And yet we got little goofies in the goddamn chat talking about our women like they ain't nothing. You fucking goofy ass bitch. I'm sorry, but nigga, fuck you, bruh. We don't do that, bruh. We don't do that.
And this person,
y'all got it, man, but that shit just pissed me off, and I had to tell you how the fuck I really feel. Cause on some real shit, dog, we don't do that, man. We love our big mamas, we love our mamas, we love our aunties, we love our sisters, we love our daughters. We don't fucking disrespect them like that, you pussy.
Damn, shit, damn, goddamn, shit. You could tell. What's homeboy? What's your name? What is your name? What you go by?
My name is RRRealizeTV, brother.
Yo, if RRRealizeTV was face to face with this tickle studies dude, I'd be afraid with what RRRealizeTV.
And guess what? I'm a two-time Golden Glove champion, 98, 99. Bro, I swear on my mama, bro. I don't care how big you is. See, that's the thing, though. We need more people with a fire in their fucking belly.
Shit.
We letting these motherfuckers do whatever they want to do. Listen. Do we not have the heart of our ancestors anymore?
Shit.
Most of us don't.
I'm just asking a fucking question. I'm just saying. And people, you know what's crazy, bro? Is when I get like this, people get all intimidated and timid and shit. And I'm like, man, hold on, wait a minute. Who the fuck raised you, nigga? Because where I come from, this how the fuck we talk.
Damn.
Bro, I was in the military for 6 years. I'm used to this kind of shit by now. So yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, cuz?
Yeah, right. And me, I had a hard ass
weak ass people, man.
I had a hard ass.
That's why our children are fucked up, because we some weak ass parents. We won't stand up on the motherfucking pedestal and say, no, I'm not going to allow my child to do this. You are not going to kill my child. You know why? It's because I won't allow my child to be out there in them streets. And if I catch him out there in them streets doing anything wrong, I'm going to fuck them up first.
Yeah, that's how my father used to be. My father.
You know what I'm talking about?
Unfortunately, some of us don't have fathers like that. Mine been dead for 30 years. So yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the thing, cuz. We gotta be that way. We are the big papas and the big mamas now. That's what I mean when I'm talking this shit, man. I ain't just saying this shit for no reason. I'm being like this because I know, bro, this is the ancestors coming through me. I ain't talking, they talking right now. It's time for us to stand the fuck up and be what we supposed to be. It takes a fucking village to raise a child. All of us. Even if it ain't your fucking kid, even if it ain't your child, you supposed to stand up for that child. If anything wrong happens to that child, and when that child is doing good, you supposed to stand up and cheer for that child.
I agree.
We have forgotten that shit. We have forgotten to care about each other, bro.
I agree. I agree. And the thing is, right, when it comes to a lot of these people on the internet, they lack balance. They lack balance. It's either you got someone who preach one extreme and you got someone who preach another extreme. So there's a lack of balance. Like this individual, because we're asking this person, I'm asking this person to prove that all females are prostitutes. This person is going to respond by saying, well, we're going to forget how women act when they're young. It's like, dude, I'm sure that the three of us on this panel understand that there are a certain sect of females who are no good, but at the same time, we're balanced enough to understand that it's not every single female who are that way. But this person in the chat, it seems like they don't have that balance and understanding. They're trying to make it seem as if all females are a certain type, and if we don't agree that all females are a certain type, then this person is going to try to make it seem that we think that there's no such thing as a female type. That's bullshit. Two things could be true at the same time,
bro.
Yeah.
There ain't no way in the hell. Listen, look, my sister has done things that I don't agree with. Don't make her what the fuck he's saying. Even though I didn't agree with her and some shit she did, I didn't like it, but it don't fucking make her what the fuck he's saying. He's a fucking peon. He's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Bring your ass up here and say that shit on. Come on, bring your ass up here. Hit the motherfucking link, nigga.
And then,
ain't no way in the fuck, bro. Listen, we all got people in our life, bro, that ain't perfect. But guess what? When it comes down to it, we got respect and honor for our people. And you being a bitch
out of here with that shit.
Okay. Let me say something, right? Okay, this person said all I said is all women are prostitutes and gave examples. Okay, I ask you to provide documentation that all females are prostitutes. Given examples of
I can tell you why that statement
supposedly engaging in. Who said that? Say that again.
I can tell you why that statement is false, because this man said all, as in every single one of them.
Right.
Really?
Right. So exactly. So the so-called examples he gave are hypotheticals, right? That he exaggerated because he's talking about taking females out on a date or giving somebody a gift. That's not necessarily prostitution. Prostitution is an occupation. It's a job. It's a job where most
prostitution doesn't have options. When a woman is choosing the option and a man is choosing to spend money to court her, that doesn't make her a fucking prostitute. A prostitute don't have options. She sleep with whoever got that fucking dollar.
Bingo. Exactly.
And that pussy is traded for that dollar and nothing less or nothing more.
But the thing is, prostitution is an occupation. So what he's
more like
saying
a hustle.
is that, yeah, it's a hustle. It's an occupation. It's though it's an illegal occupation. Hold on, let me finish saying what I'm saying. Though prostitution is an illegal occupation in most states in these United States, nonetheless, it's an occupation where a female has sex in exchange for money. They get paid to have sex with mostly strangers, right? So therefore, if all females have that occupation, you need to provide. This said person needs to provide documentation to prove that. So, giving an example stating that providing a gift to a female that you like is a form of prostitution is not an example at all.
That's retarded as fuck as an example. Because first of all, women want security, so they gonna test the financial security first. You know what I'm saying? Then they gonna test the emotional security, and they gonna test all that shit that makes them feel secure. So at the end of the day, fuck what you talking about. It sounds like you got lack of experience with women, and you really haven't held these conversations with women.
Right.
Hey, Brownstone.
Thank you, man. Talk your shit. God damn, man. You better say that shit, cuz.
I was just in the background listening to see if I needed to, you know, put in my little 32 cents.
Look, I already know.
Man, put in your 33 cents.
This is the one time I'm going to say it. This is the one time I'm going to say it, because I know when it comes to this topic, you have a strong-ass opinion on it, and even though this girl gets on my nerves, but I still rock with her. Sugar Bum, because she'll be having some topics out there that just be like, I feel where you coming from.
What's up, little brother? What's going on?
Sugar Bum be getting on y'all nerves, man. I don't know.
Sugar Bum always get on my nerves. She love coming over here pissing me off.
Yeah.
Never get
you be letting the trolling get to you.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, nigga getting his fifis when Sugar ass be sitting up there coming around here.
Yeah, Sugar Bum.
Remember last time I was up here, she was one of my biggest fans. I love my cheerleaders.
Yeah, Sugar Bum try to troll
around me.
Sugar Bum be trying to get on my nerves, but it don't be working because I know what she tried to do. I even give her a wrench on my channel. I'm like, man, she a cool troll. Sugar Bum's a cool troll. I give her a wrench on my channel. I say you can come on my channel and troll as much as you want. But she making good points.
No, she do make good points though.
Yeah,
if most women,
keeps the bad trolls away.
Yes, they do. If most women are prostitute, doesn't that mean most men are tricks?
Ooh. That's a good point.
Or Johns. I think they call the ones that buy prostitutes John.
Actually, back in the day,
yeah, that's what a trick is.
Call them with gentlemen. This is also why people call a strip club a gentleman's club, and you don't see not one fucking gentleman in there. So, Miss Sugar Bum, you would be correct.
Dickhead! You're a dickhead!
And as a man who's been to the strip clubs many times, she ain't lying about that. Yeah.
You ain't never lie, yo. You ain't never lie, son.
Come on, be absolutely correct. They were called gentlemen at one point in time, and then that's actually where the term lady even came from, and it was honestly supposed to be a term of status.
Ooh-wee.
Including lady of the night. But you know what? Y'all not ready for the whole conversation. Go ahead and continue with your
I hate when Alyza do that, because you already know she ready to come with those facts, yo. We ain't gonna have a conversation now.
Give me my dinner. I'm gonna behave, maybe. I don't know. I have
but once again, if this person is not providing any documentation to prove his or her point, then their argument is automatically debunked. It's automatically wrong if they cannot prove their point. It's only a theory. So we can only say that this person's argument is a theory that's not proven to be true and leave it at that, you know? And you guys stop giving people like that any more attention because obviously they're not intelligent.
Ooh. Yeah, you got to give them a little bit of attention, though. You can't let them get out of control like Kevin Samuels, bro.
Well, hold on. I have to agree with Mr. Wacky World, and this is why. Because whenever we're sitting here and talking about, especially when it comes to this specific occupation of being a prostitute. Now, the terms are, in order for it to be an occupation, it is service. It is pretty much money rendered for services, right? Or it is currency exchange for services rendered.
Yeah.
So before we sit there and start calling prostitutes, can someone please explain to me what a relationship is and how that works? Because if that's the case, and a woman is supposed to be aiming to be a wife, to be the mother of your children, which would be the same act that we're talking about. Wasn't it not the job? Now, mind you, please educate me, inform me, please do. Was it not the man's job to provide some type of show that he can financially secure not only his place, but her place as well as her reputation? Therefore, this is why whenever you would sit there and buy cars, you know, they have lady names. This is also why it used to be said that it was the lady's house or it was the woman's house. because it was supposed to usually be a gift. Not only that, but if we're going to sit there and go back just a little bit, matter of fact, we didn't even go back. We can actually go across the water in current times. They still have dowries over there in Africa. Yeah. What is a dowry for?
Well, my thing is
what?
Okay.
Hold on, baby.
Dowry, a dowry.
A dowry. A dowry is literally money exchanged from one family to another as a let me see, how do I want to word this? As an exchange of business behind the process of a marriage.
Huh?
Because it's supposed to be a business aspect.
And that's where I was just about to go with this dude. Like, please, whoever you are making these comments about women and the exchange of gifts that men choose to give these women, keep in mind you can't call yourself a child of the Most High then, because the Most High commanded that you provide for your woman, that you shower her with gifts and things of this nature. That's what you're supposed to do as a man.
My love, you're
but
we're also looking at 2024. A lot of these people don't even know who the Most High is, much less actually act actively as a child of one.
But I'm just making note because there's a lot of people that'll say that crazy type shit, but not go to the scriptures and do their precepts for the speeches that they're making, babe.
Oh yeah, that is exactly true. Okay. We got so I'm assuming we got some brothers and a brother and sister who know who they are. Okay,
that's right. Read.
Okay, that's right. Okay,
that's right.
Okay, so we got some children of Israel, children of Jacob, right? Okay, all right.
That's right. Read.
Oh, this is how it's gonna go down, huh?
But the thing is, okay, this is the thing, right? The thing is, to the married couple, right? The married brother and sister. You got understand this, that the both of you are making too much sense. You do know that's a crime on here, right? To make
it gets
a crime on.
It's not a crime on here at all.
Well, not on this channel, but I'm saying on YouTube, not on this channel.
When you make sense, what are you doing?
Spinning the narrative.
Wait, hold on. You being logical? You being logical? Like, what are you doing? You know how dumb I am? What the fuck you doing?
Being to the sense of truth? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What?
Yo, I can't stand this motherfucker, man. He's making too much sense, man.
Yo, how does he make? Yo, how is he breaking it down to me to points that's very simple, but I'm making it complicated in my brain? Like, what? I don't get why you doing this. I don't want to understand, bro.
Yo, hold on. You using logic? You using logic? Man, meet me outside. Let's go outside.
Catch me outside, bro. Cause you gave me real pissed off right now.
You getting touched? You getting wrecked, son?
Shoot. You're making too much. You're making too much sense right now.
You said something about the docs 5 generations of your family.
so
and want to sit there and fight me because I made logical sense. And the thing is, all I did was sit there and say this. Like, people really don't like it. What?
Okay, right. Okay, he said at Bronzebird. You meet a dude at a bar. He buys you. Wait, why are you saying this like I'm the woman, bro? I'm a dude. Come on, DeBarge. What the fuck you doing, man? Wait. I gotta read the comment. Come on,
son. Come on, son.
Yo, so at wait. At Bronzebird, you meet a dude at a bar. He buys you drinks, pays for the hotel. He spent the money for the hole. Hence, he brought your hole for the night. He a customer. She a prostitute.
Whoa, Brownsbird, whoa, Brownsbird.
Yo, no Diddy, hey, bro, no Diddy. It was for the. Oh, wait. It was for the woman. You didn't read it. You didn't read it earlier. Okay, just clarify it. Yo, you gotta clarify that, DeBarge. Cause I'm about to say no Diddy, bro. No Diddy.
I was actually gonna kind of bring that up. I was gonna sit there and say, all right, Brownsbird. Now you know over here with Diddy. You know, they be sitting there courting their men too, but people ain't ready for that.
We know. It don't even need to be no conversation. We heard that Meek Mill clip. You won't talk about that though.
Yeah, I guess this is
man, that shit.
Shout out to Cartel
and all these men with these fancy cars. No, honey. When it comes to high class ass, men like to buy date bitches bags and cars.
Welcome to my house party. Welcome to my house party.
Just remember,
That's
if
Meek
it's
Mill.
white, you can spit and swallow. No, I'm just kidding.
I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we don't stop.
hell no. Now,
I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we don't stop.
Hell no. Hell no. But earlier, right? The person in the chat, it said something about he asked me to provide proof, and I didn't provide proof. But the thing is that the burden of proof is not on me. The burden of proof is on the person making the argument, and that's you, Fickle Studies. You made the argument that all females are prostitutes, so therefore the burden of proof is on you to provide evidence to show it. You're not supposed to sit down. You're not supposed to sit down and deflect from providing evidence and then tell me to provide evidence to prove that it's not true. How could you prove that something is not true? You're supposed to prove that something is true. Come on now.
What's layman's term? An officer could see a gentleman buying a lady a gift, taking her out on a date, and then having sex after the date. And that lady don't go to jail for prostitution. But the lady on the corner that's like, hey, lifting up her stockings, showing her goods, talking about these goods are for sale, she can go to jail for prostitution.
Okay, so I was just laughing at what the brother was saying. I'm not laughing at him, but I'm just laughing at the scenario that he gave, you know? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but this person says this person claims that, okay, if a guy flies a woman out to Miami, hits it, he spent money for the hole, she a prostitute, he a customer. But that's not proof that all females are prostitutes. So therefore, that's not evidence. Because this person said there's another example / evidence. An example is not really evidence, because giving an example does not prove that something is true. Giving an example is providing a scenario that's hypothetical. This person, dude, you provided a hypothetical scenario to try to support your argument when you have no facts to support your argument. Once again, your argument is all women are prostitutes. I ask you specifically to provide documentation to prove this to be true. Do you know what documentation is? Given an example of a hypothetical is not documentation.
What the hell did he just say? He said, so prostitutes are now streetwalkers? No, I can answer that question because you got chicks that be on dating apps prostituting, thirst trapping and prostituting. So yeah, that happens too.
Hold on, but here's
on the internet doing that.
May I, gentlemen?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. Evidence means that there is documentation. Usually it's physical. Right now, sir, in the chat, what you were given is your opinion. And honestly, it sounds really just like you just butthurt at the fact that there was another chick that sat there and chose another dude other than you. To answer your question, are all women streetwalkers or all women prostitutes? How can they be when not all men can withstand having the financial needs in order to make her such? And that's if he wanted to. See, here's the thing about a prostitute. Y'all can talk bad about them all day, but they don't hang around broke. Well, gentlemen. They don't hang around broke men. And I don't know about y'all, but there's way too many men that are considered broke, especially by today's standard and status.
Well, that's because broke has two different definitions.
Hold on, darling.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's too many men that are broke or not of the financial standing that needs to be held for a woman to sit there and be a prostitute. Because here's the thing that you all are also forgetting. All right, prostitutes or what you consider night walkers. Why do you think they give another name to, let's say, what did they call them? An escort? And why is it that they don't call her a prostitute, but supposedly the job is the same? Why do you think that they actually title it something different?
Because it's more professional, high class, I guess.
Is it? Hold on. Actually, that's not it at all.
Okay, explain.
Go ahead and give it another shot.
Oh, I don't know, so that's why I'm staying quiet, and I don't even know the answer.
Right. You know, the Mr. Wacky World, honestly, I can see us getting along and him, you know, becoming one of the family. This other Hustler and Muscle, I guess. Or
Hustler and Muscular, also known as H&M.
Okay.
No, he's cool.
That was such reference. That's nice. But with that, there's a reason that they are something different. See, here's the thing. A call girl goes on a date. A prostitute
Goes to a hotel room.
No, not even goes to a hotel room. A prostitute is somebody that you have to find on the corner. That means that this person is not in a place of safety. They are not in a hotel. They actually usually are directly on the street. They are not in a shelter or dwelling at all. They're literally advertising not only to one, but to all that the services are for sale. Now, here's the thing. Whenever it is a shelter or a dwelling, and I understand for you all, it's something very, very simple, but there are legalities to a lot of shit. Whenever it's in a dwelling, then it's not considered prostitution. Why? Because we have wives. We have girlfriends. We have people who are dating, who are courting. And guess what? That's not prostitution, even though by your standards, you can classify it as the same thing. May I have one, baby? Oh, okay, thank you. Do you want to go outside? We can just be right here if you like. Okay. Sorry, that's a grown woman having a conversation with her king. Anyway, I know that may be something new to the people in the chat, or at least one of them. But if we're gonna have this conversation, then I'm gonna need y'all to do me one favor. I'm gonna need y'all to go to wherever door that is closest to y'all, or even the window. I need y'all to put y'all feelings and y'all emotions in there. And then I'm gonna need y'all to walk away from that, so that if we're gonna have a conversation, we can have a conversation, not based off of opinions, not based off of feelings, because honestly, that turns it from a conversation to a therapy session, and y'all don't pay me enough. Trust me, you don't. So if we want to have a conversation, this is chat included, then please, we need rock solid facts. I don't need to hear metaphorically a man that literally is just butthurt or egocentric about the fact that he didn't get a girl that he wants. So now he's trying to tarnish her reputation because he has way too much time on his hands, which is why he couldn't take care of this lady in the first place. And she obviously made the right decision. So anyone want to go ahead and chime in?
Well, it'd be better than to have an ex-stripper that knows girls that turned prostitutes talking about it. If we actually had a prostitute in the chat. Anybody ever been a prostitute in the chat? Would y'all like to chime in on this
it depends on the
conversation?
definition, because, if you
ain't gonna tell the truth.
Then I guess they would be able to have, point in on the conversation too, being that they were giving gifts for children. God forbid.
Real prostitutes, not these proclaimed prostitutes.
Oh, okay.
Man, she was throwing mad shots at homeboy in the chat, boy.
You're damn right.
she threw like a full clip at him, son. Shoot. Yeah, she emptied a full.
She put a fucking RPM in his direction.
Hell yeah.
Who refers to their own mothers, aunties, sisters, cousins as prostitutes just because they hold a vagina? The fuck?
Exactly.
Just because a man wants to gift a beautiful woman with something, and she might genuinely like that guy, and that gift didn't matter or not, she was going to give it up regardless, because she knew within the first 5 minutes if she liked that guy like that or not.
Oh, okay. I love his comment. Bronzebird, may I have a few moments to sit there and have a conversation with your gentleman in the chat?
Yo,
okay.
I got it. I'm be watching. I'm spectating. I'm getting my popcorn. You got it.
Okay,
he gonna be in the chat
do.
trolling.
He's gonna need a Pepsi too, and maybe a pizza.
I'll be back because I'm gonna get my beer. Shoot.
Okay.
Bronzebird, he the only creator I know that trolls his own chat.
Okay, so for the gentleman that said prostitution equals a woman that a woman that has given the whole for items that cost money. All right, so what did your mom have to give up? I mean, you came out of her hole too. Was there anything that was put in it? Were you under a shelter? Were you raised in a home, even an apartment? Hold on, wait. First, I'm sorry, I'm being so rude. Was your dad actually in the picture to be able to offer your mother anything?
Or can we bring up other cultures for that matter, where to court a woman, you have to have a house for her? Does that make that whole nation prostitutes and pimps?
If we're going to sit there and talk about that, in order to court a woman, you have to have a house. And guess what? She's still here. So
the house is a gift due to the marriage. So day of marriage, does she become a prostitute?
I guess so. I guess so.
No, I'm just trying to figure it out. The professor in the chat has all the answers to this. You know what? The gentleman over there, he's right. Only dude can answer questions because he's the one that got the definition of what kind of prostitute he's talking about.
See, that's one of the reasons why it sounds like he's talking about himself and a chick that he couldn't get. What was the real problem, honey? Did you not have enough money for her?
Or a chick he was with and she cheated on him because she was shallow, and to get to her, all it took was something materialistic.
Oh, well then I'm gonna if you all don't mind, because I know that some of the gentlemen used to be in the manosphere, so I'm gonna go ahead and use something that they say often because it still does make sense. Maybe you should have vet better. I mean, just asking.
I mean, I don't understand these gentlemen that have, or ladies for that matter, that have so much to say in the chat that never hit these links. We're not going to be any different verbally than we are with you down there. The conversation is going to be about the same.
Yeah, I just want to know that question. How come Tickle Studies, aka DeBarge, don't hit that link though, yo? You got all that. Why you clickety clacking, yo? Why you chat twerking, fam? Why you didn't hit this link, yo? And nobody answered my question. Can a man be a hoe? Answer that question. Damn.
Well, if we sit there and go by standards, well, the standards that what was it? What's his name? The gentleman you were talking about. Oh no, not Kevin Samuels. No. The gentleman that gentleman. Okay, so we're gonna sit there and say Professor DeBarge. All right. So, Mr. Knight Professor. So go ahead. Well, first, let me go ahead and answer Brownsburg's question. According to Professor DeBarge's version of a hoe, no, because supposedly this person doesn't have the right hole. I mean, we ain't gonna sit there and talk about booty holes and how we literally just sat there and had Diddy going to jail because there was a whole lot of people giving up that hole. But I guess
no Diddy, fam. No Diddy, fam.
Yeah, you gotta follow out and no Diddy.
No Diddy.
Diddy be wanting to party and you got to tell him no.
But I mean,
Cat Williams started off the year with a blast. I love it.
Man,
it's true time, man. It's true time, y'all. It's true. All about true time. And I just watched the Jaguar thing tonight. I think I watched the last.
Yeah,
they put it in her. And I think I watched the last one tonight, yo. And I'm telling y'all, Jaguar, right? When she sat up there and said that Cat Williams is the reason why she is the way she is, I was like, that woman right there, she ain't no dummy, and she talking her shit. She don't give a fuck. She gonna say what she gotta say, and 9 times out of 10, motherfucker, she ain't lying. And what did Cat Williams say? He said, for real, bro. One thing you know about me is I don't tell lies. Ain't nobody sued these niggas yet. Ain't nobody said, oh, they lying on me. Not one person.
That's real shit. Hell, even when he got his ass kicked by that teenager, he didn't deny it. He didn't lie about it.
Right.
He's like, yep, that happened.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna change my answer to Brownsbird's question. Yes, a man can be a hoe because men give up the buttholes. And for those men that don't give up the buttholes, I do want to go ahead and say this, and this was from Jaguar. If literally you are looking up to the men that have sat there and given up the ass, then what do you think that's going to incline you to sit there and do in order to sit there and try to get a woman?
I used to be a self-proclaimed hoe, but I didn't give up the butthole. I just gave out plenty of cock, and I never got paid for it. I didn't want to get paid for it.
Oh, you got paid for it. It's just not in the financial way. Not in the financial way.
Listen, you got paid in kitty cat.
Yeah. That's all I wanted. I mean, I had a chick before. She had some parents that was quite wealthy. She used to offer me money and gifts, but I didn't want to feel like a whore, so I turned that shit down.
Exactly. If you're gonna sit there and give up any part of your body, you're gonna sit there and do it just on the fact of the GQ that you want to do it.
Yeah, because I really dig that.
You know what's crazy with these dudes, man? This is what bothered me about these dudes, man. These dudes, they are such simps, man. And I hate when they call us simps because it's like, wait a minute, man, I got a whole woman and a family. No, bro, you the simp because you're the one that can't get a woman. You literally can't get a woman, and that's why you going overseas and paying for some coochie. You're paying for the coochie, bro, because you can't get it on your own. And guess what? You know what's even worse about them paying for the coochie over there? Is, yo, you can pay for some coochie right here. I'm just saying, you can do the same thing right here, but because you such a lame and a simp, you can't pull an American woman. They don't even find you attractive with your lame ass. That's why you got to go and do some other shit with your simp ass. Man, these boys better stop playing with us real niggas, bro, because we ain't never had no problem getting no woman, bro. Let's be real about that shit. All these.
Stop it. Get some help.
Get some help.
But you know what?
I love that clip, man. I love that clip.
Realize. I'm gonna go ahead and piggyback off.
Man.
I'm gonna sit there and say this. Honestly, I think it's these motherfuckers that really be simping over here because they really want my nigga. That's what it is. And they sitting here and trying to put a wedge between women and men because they want the men. And the niggas.
That's so horsey.
That's life stinks!
And this is the proof to that statement. There's a whole channel out there, Bronzebird. While you're in the channel, you know what chat I'm talking about. That they hold discussions about women, but women ain't allowed on the panel. What kind of shit?
Big facts.
That's like me. That's like me telling a woman how to feel pregnant. That's stupid.
Right.
You can't tell a woman how to be a woman, just like a woman can't tell a man how to be a man. You can't tell me what it's like to have a dick.
They gonna try.
And that's the part that be killing me because I'm like, dude, you know what? If you know so much about being a woman, honestly, are you the op? Do I need to sit there and watch you trying to, make sure you ain't around my nigga? Is that what I gotta do? Because understand, women are catty. And if you're gonna sit there and come to me like a bitch, I'm gonna handle you like a bitch, bro.
You ain't gonna worry about me,
sis.
Bitch ass nigga. I love sis. I love your energy. I fucking love it.
I mean, that's
Man,
one of
bitch ass nigga, man.
I love how these men are gonna sit there
But
and
hold
tell
on.
me you gotta be a woman, bro.
But think about this though, sis. Think about it in reverse.
Nigga, how would you know? Not only that, but honestly, you sitting here fighting this hard to sit there and separate a woman from a man, nigga. What is it that you want? Because obviously you expressing you don't want the pussy. So, and once again, that's
but think about it in reverse.
No judgment against
Think about it in reverse.
Hold
when
on,
you got a homegirl.
If you want dick, at least have the balls to say you want dick. And then go for your dick. Cause there's plenty of motherfuckers out here looking like motherfucking who is that? Boy George and all kind of shit.
Hell no.
Come on, son. Come on, son. Come on.
It's fucking hilarious.
Boy George. Hell nah.
Boy George.
Come on, y'all remember the song Why You Wanna Hurt Me? You remember the song?
Yes, I remember that song.
She went back to the 80s with that one. Boy.
Yeah, y'all remember the song.
Yeah.
But think about the reverse though, because listen, it's happening just equally on the other side though. It's really happening on the other side too.
It is.
And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? It's literally equal, man. It's equal as shit. You don't know what the fuck you mean, and then you might even think, okay, well, yeah, this looks like a woman, but she be like, you can't call me that. You be like, wait a minute, hold on, bitch.
Right.
You look like a woman. You got titties. You got a pussy. So you mean to tell me you? Okay. And listen, this ain't going against nobody. I'm just saying it's fucked up on all sides, y'all. It's fucked up on all sides because you can literally walk into the store, see a woman, say, "Hey, ma'am," and she'll be like, "I'm a sucker," and get all in your face over the shit. Like, wait a minute, ma'am. You look like a woman to me. I see you got titties. What is going on here? I'm in the wrong because I understand.
Right?
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, but they be like, respect my nouns and pronouns, right? It's like I can't go into school and fuck up my nouns and pronouns and say that's what it is because I consider it that. What the fuck? They whole idealism is
Yo, listen, look, let me say this, bro. And listen, with all due respect, man, I believe that what is going on right now is that there are beings that are trying to change the way that we look at life. And that is some bullshit. Because hold on, we ain't machines, we ain't robots, we ain't none of that shit. Listen, 1 + 1 = 3. If you got a man and you got a woman, eventually they will have a child. You know what I'm saying? That is the natural life. That is the natural order of life. Thank you, sister. I appreciate that. That's the natural order of life. And what I'm saying that these people are doing is that they're not attacking us anymore, right? Because they got us with all the antics with, you know, making the man a feminine person, making the woman a masculine person. Now what I'm seeing them do is attack our children, and it's all feminine. All of it. It's all fucked up. All of it. It don't matter whether there's a little girl or a little boy. They want all of them to be submissive and passive. And we need to teach our children to not be submissive and passive, because there's so many real sisters and real brothers who will dig off in your motherfucking boy. They get on your ass if you play some games with them. And that's what they are trying to kill. They already did it with us, so to speak. Not all the way, but so to speak. I see them trying to do it to our children. And I want to say that we cannot allow that shit to happen. We got to make sure that our motherfucking babies is warriors just like us.
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna say this. I agree with what you're saying. I'm gonna take it a step further. I also believe that a lot of people are so fixated on the ooh shiny that they are not really real, you know, they don't step back to actually see what's going on in its entirety. So what I mean by that is that they're causing all of this chaos and confusion to go ahead and keep the adults, what's the word I want to use? To keep them preoccupied, while, you know, ain't nobody talking about or paying attention to the fact that we have a whole lot of adults that are trying to now sit there and say children are able to make their own decisions whenever it comes to their sexuality.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
We can go ahead and talk about, you know, the fantasy world that adults want to live in because they want to change what they are and this and that. And I mean, shit. As POCs, right? We understand this one intimately well. Half of us didn't want to be niggas growing up, right? But you know what? What we didn't go off and sit there and say is, you know what? You can't call me a nigger. I'm white. We didn't do that shit. We just sat there and we was like, yeah, we a nigga, and we gonna sit there and strap that shit up, wear that motherfucking shit until it literally feel like a badge of honor and keep pushing, right? So all these men wanting to be women and these women wanting to be men, a lot my husband will sit there and tell you most of the time I don't even sit there and engage with these kind of conversations because I'm more so focused on, all right, so who's the weird motherfuckers that's trying to go after my kids that'll sit there and take advantage of any kind of kid. It don't matter whether it's a boy or girl, and sitting there saying, well, you know what, your mommy and your daddy ain't in the home because they doing this and they doing that. You know what, you coming from a broken home. Come here, let me go ahead and give you something that'll help you. Let me go ahead and give you this drug, or let me go ahead and be the whole support that you need, XYZ, blah, 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 blah. Because once again, even in talking about the Diddy, no Diddy, right? Everybody's focused on, oh, well, what he was doing to these men. Ain't nobody sitting there looking at these bras that he sat there and was doing the same shit to and had these bitches out here recruiting. So these motherfuckers could sit there and be lured in.
Well,
we ain't sitting there talking about these kids and how they're using these kids as fucking pawns. And if you don't do this, I'm going to sit there and blah, blah, blah.
Talk your shit. Man, look,
I would ask
I'm
my
so sick
people,
of them attacking our children. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
I would
That
ask
shit
my
is
people, and I'm not talking to a certain demographic, but all human beings. At the end of the day, look at the way they program us, even through school and history class. They focus on the matriarch or patriarch of these kingdoms. But, like, say, for instance, when they talk about Cleopatra, they talk about all the power she had that her king gave to her. Like, she was the only one with power, but that was a shared power. And shared power in our history and time, and the matriarch and patriarch thriving at the same time, has been the best golden times in history. That's how we got what you call world trade, is when a matriarch and a patriarch was working together, and the king allowed his queen Cleopatra to do the trade, where we got a situation now called world trade.
Okay. I love you. I can't speak on none of that, but I'm gonna sit there and say this. When you're sitting there talking about Cleopatra, I'm just gonna sit there and bring up a point real quick. You're talking about everything with Cleopatra and the pharaoh at the time, right? But what I didn't hear you sit there and talk about is after they sat there and knocked off the pharaoh, how they instantly went to her kid to sit there and use their kid as a pawn to sit there and make sure that she did whatever it is that she had to do, or they got whatever information that they needed to get to go ahead and have her transition. Because I don't know what I can say, so I ain't trying to get your channel flagged.
That's because they was doing what the king had going at that time, where the queen and the king shared power.
Baby,
she was sharing power with her son.
She was sharing power.
The thing is, right?
She was sharing power with her brother, and she had to kill her brother to get full power over Egypt.
Right. The thing about it is, though, is there was a balance, y'all. Listen, really, look at the story from both sides. All right, there was a balance of power. There was a certain power that the man had, and there was a certain power the woman had. See, back then when it came to the matriarch, right? They all got together. When it was time for war, they all came together. They sat down. They had a conversation. All right, listen, this is what's going on. Is we gonna do this or not? You know, the women were better situated to have those conversations, and they used to come to conversations and had those, right? And then whatever happened in those conversations is what happened when it came to wartime. When it come to over here, that's how we handle things. And the men went out and handled the business. You know what I'm saying? But the women, they the ones that had, you know, the backstory. You know what I'm saying? They knew what was going on the back end, and they would come and talk to the men, and the men would go and handle the business. And that's how it was with Big Mama. Man, listen, if anything happened in the house, right? Big Mama come tell you, right? She'll come tell you because she know you gonna go tell your cousins, and y'all not about to let this old pedophile ass nigga be in the house. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm talking about. Man, what? She come tell the one that she knew gonna do something, and he go tell his couple, you know what I'm saying? And they gonna handle that. And uncle, you getting your ass whooped because you wrong. And that's just what it is. And that's how we work, y'all. And that's how it works so beautifully. And the thing is, they took us away from our matriarchs. Listen, our big mamas was the most important, period.
Real quick, y'all, because we got a new person in the house. 18th letter was good. What's going on, man? Get your opening statement in, and then y'all go ahead amongst
Hello,
yourselves.
Mr. Letter.
Bronzebird, what's the deal, man? What's going on with you?
Chilling, my guy.
Who is that speaking? Exile one?
No.
What's going on, Exile? Shout out to
Go ahead.
Who is that speaking?
Well,
yeah, it was Exile.
It's Exiled and his wife Alyza.
Shout out to the brother Huscular and Muscular. Shout out to y'all. I heard y'all like talking about, you know, the black family and different things like that.
I like talking about experience of our lives. Yes.
Family in general. The family is being attacked for everybody. If you're not of a certain
I
class.
like talking about family stories to make us better. Yes, I do.
Well,
we got to talk about our family so we can get better.
Yeah, like in my personal opinion, based off of what I've seen, my perspective, especially with us as the black family, families are being destroyed now. A lot of other groups, but it started out with us because we was the social experiment, and it's pretty much been destroyed. And like with this whole, you know, gender role reversal and different things like that, and it was done purposely. It was done so we can't build generational wealth. That's why it was systematically destroyed, because without families, you don't have a head of household that's teaching their children not to do certain things. And the children are structured, the wife is structured, the man is taking care of his responsibilities. Therefore, and you got to think too, when the man is the head of the household, the man is the logical thinking one. So everybody falls underneath him. His wife, you might want to go to Tiffany's, you might want to go to Bloomingdale's and get that Fendi jacket. Baby, we can't afford that right now. Don't do that. No, we gotta put this money towards this. So what does that does? That's take away from money from the corporations. That take away money. See, a lot of women are spenders, and the corporations know that. See, we gotta remember that these people use psychology and different other elements to be able to know who their core audience is, who their core customers are going to be. And that's one of the reasons why our families have been destroyed. Now, the corporations have gotten greedy and they don't give a damn about nobody now, but it started with us. And it was numerous reasons, because the black family was considered a threat. We need somebody to be the permanent underclass so we can use them as a scapegoat with everything that's wrong with American society, so other people can look down on them and we can take everybody else's money without people blinking an eye at what we doing. So that's
the CIA started a program called Coin Intel Pro. That's when it started.
Actually, I think it's a little bit deeper than that. And I'm going to now, mind you, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said, 18. But I think it goes deeper than that. See, people, it used to be that we have a very, very long history and we had a very long memory. Now they're trying to erase our memory again. Okay. And I say that because at one point in time, we were the ones where we were here and they could do whatever they felt and they deemed that they wanted to do in order to break us, and we could not be broken. Our family structure was different. We didn't have a yo child and my child. It was our kids in our village. We came from the generations. Well, I can't say generation. I'm sorry. At that time, we came from a foundation of, you protect one, you protect all. Everybody looks out for everybody. It's not, right. I'm going to look out for me. And
not to interrupt you, Exile One, when you talked about that, right? I saw the last elements of that as a child in the early 90s. When I was a child in the early 90s, we were still getting paddles in school. I remember black grocery stores. I remember black meat shops. All of that started leaving. By the time 94, 95 hit, a lot of stuff was gone.
Same time our conscious rappers were disappearing off the scene, and positive rap started turning to gangster rap.
But I came from the generation of it takes a village. So a perfect example is whenever I got in trouble, if I got an F in school, oh no, that walk home, and it was a walk. That walk home was dreary because I'm sitting here and getting stopped by every single one of my neighbors. It didn't matter whether you were a block down, 3 blocks down, did not matter. I was sitting here and getting in trouble by everybody, and I was getting whooped by everybody. I was getting disciplined by everybody. And my mother gave permission for everybody to sit there and discipline me, because guess what? At the same time, whenever I celebrated, or, whenever I graduated high school, graduated college, sat there and got, I'm talking too much. Whenever I sat there and I did wonderful things that need to be celebrated, my mother didn't have to worry about celebrating by herself or celebrating alone. The entire neighborhood celebrated me. All the restaurants around the corner celebrated me. Everybody else that was within a mile radius, or actually 2 or 3 mile radius, is also celebrated me and everything that we had accomplished, because they didn't see it as it was my accomplishment. It was our accomplishment. So, initially, before I sit there and get distracted and start going to the left, us as a family dynamic was very, very different. And the other people that were trying to have dominion and control over things that they could not control could not figure out why. How is it I can sit there and once again, I'm gonna try to censor it for YouTube. How is it that I can buck break this man and his woman still won't leave? How is it that I can humiliate, demasculate? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The no diddy, this man, and this woman is still by his side. This woman would still rather be with him than with me. You see what I'm saying? They understand.
Yeah, I disagree with that slightly, but I want to let you finish before I
Okay.
give a rebuttal.
There was a certain amount of chaos and confusion that they really could not nail down, because the way they had things structured is the fact that the only reason one got married was to sit there and get a wife to lie on her back and provide you with a child. If she could not provide you with a child, she no longer had value or use. Okay. Now, as we're sitting here and looking at, a progression of time, right? To where we were able to go ahead and take care of our families, and we were able to go ahead and build the families of 12, 13 siblings and children to each, to make sure that the family lived, even if something happened to mom, dad, pops, uncle, grandpa, big mama, whoever. There was not only many people there that still sat there and cared and catered to everybody, which is something else that these people could not fathom and understand, but we also sat there and took on the role of protections and everything else. So much so that, it expanded out to the cities. I'm gonna try to go ahead and cut it quick. The whole thing is, a lot of our family dynamic was actually going pretty well. It was getting poked at and destroyed slowly, to such a degree that now they have implemented certain things as they've always done. And some people are so engulfed with the ooh shiny, aka dealing with what's directly in their face, that they really do not have the ability to stand back and sit there and see things from a wider perspective or a wider view.
If I may interject just
Please.
a quick second.
Please.
Part of it too is that not only did that, who was the I'm not sure if she was the activist, because I got to brush up on my knowledge when it comes to Black history. I know quite a few things when it comes to Black history, but Shirley Chisholm.
Yes.
Shirley Chisholm, who was of Caribbean descent, said that it was like the way things was going in the United States. They didn't like the fact that American Black people was fighting back, so they wanted to get more docile Black people from overseas to come in to pretty much undermine Black people here in the United States. And that was being done once again. Like, as we see, people are being and when you learn due to the internet, I'm gonna just keep it real, and I don't mean this disrespect to no other group of people, but I just never knew a lot of people were comfortable being under white supremacy, and a lot of people was this cowardly. And it's a lot of people that are very cowardly, and they're very comfortable, and they look at they're willing to have themselves be used, and which is why you have a lot of friction between groups right now. You have people that come here that are speaking on Black people's behalf, saying that we don't deserve reparations or we shouldn't get reparations and all types of stuff. So it's like they're trying to throw everything at us on point, turning our women against our men within our community. So you turn the women against the men within the community. You broke into families, and they did that through systematic structures, through education. Made women think that they were better than their men and they didn't need their men. Now the women have run into the brick wall because certain women in our community believe that they built their identity in that, they've made their money off of that, and now they can't elevate any higher, or everything is so broken they like, oh shit, I guess we do need the men. But a lot of women been saying we don't need men for so long, they don't even know how to say to men that we need you, because shit is so fucked up now. But between that, then you have everyone going against Black people, all of these other immigrant groups, and even Black people from the continent or from the Caribbean going against Black Americans. Anything, because Black Americans have been the most fighting group when it comes to white supremacy. And we got our cowards in our community too. Right? We got our cowards in our community too. But for the most part, we've been the ones that's been on the front line of trying to fight back. And that's, unfortunately, that's slowly dissipating, because now they're erasing a lot of Black history out of the institutions, and all types of stuff is going on. But if we don't get it together, if we don't get it together soon, but you just have people in our community that's selfish. They just out for self. And you have a lot of people that hide, that they try to say that they love Black people, but their actions show different. So if we don't get it together, this is slowly, we're going to slowly be breaded out. down the line.
I agree with you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off earlier, and I don't think I did. I do want to go ahead and let you know that Shirley Chisholm was our first Black female presidential candidate. She was the one that ran, and she almost won. She actually lost by only like a couple hundred votes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but yeah, she was the activist, and she spoke on many different topics. Actually, she was my first Black history thing that I got to study, for my church, as well as, for my school, because yeah, my mama was not feeling the whole, Michael, aka Martin, and Miss Rosa being the only people that were recognized, even though no one wants to sit there and talk about the beautiful pregnant woman that did it before Rosa, and no one wanted to talk about a few of the other things with Martin Luther King, aka Michael, aka the man that was in an interracial relationship before he actually married the woman, and he was actually, there was a whole thing with that. So if y'all don't know, go ahead and look it up if they still have it there. But I agree with what you're saying, because from what I'm saying, you're not wrong. I do want to go ahead and piggyback off of something that you said. We've been the front line to every war and every battle. It has not been to most. It has not been to some. We've been the front line to everyone. It's just we're the ones that don't get the credit.
Mm-hmm. What's the perfect example of that, Exile? Not to interrupt you, I just wanted to say this briefly. I can remember as a kid, right, listening to the Chronic album by Dr. Dre, and in that song on track 4, it's called "The Day the Niggas Took Over," and in the beginning of that song, you hear the dude doing the riots in Los Angeles. He say, "I'ma say this and I'ma end mine. If you ain't down for the Africans here in the United States, period, point blank. If you ain't down for the Africans that suffer in South Africa and apartheid and all of that shit, well, damn it, you need to step your punk ass to the side and let us brothers and us Africans put some foot in that ass." So that's perfect example of what you of like which, and I remember hearing that as a kid, listening to that song, and that song was to reflect what was going on in '92 in the Rodney King riots in South Central Los Angeles. So that's the perfect example. If I can, I just wanted to respond to Bronzebird really quickly when he said, like, when Kai Cenat said that nonsense about Black Americans, but went to a mainly Black high school in Harlem. Here's one thing you got to understand about these migrants, about like some of these migrants that's coming over. And I got a lot of love for people, but one thing I've noticed by arguing with some Dominicans online is that a lot of these people, they think their flag and their nationality gives them superpowers. And nothing they think their nationality is what makes them better than anybody. And they come over here. I had to tell dudes, like, people that these, certain people that are racist Dominicans or certain people from the Caribbean, you sitting here saying that I don't have no culture. You're waving your flag, but yet you sitting here talking like me, you dressing like me, you using slang like me, you focused on everything that's me, and then you could turn around and lie to yourself and say that that's not Black American culture, and we had a part in that. It's very sickening. Like when he said that, that's not the first time I've heard that. A lot of them tend to say that. And they're very hypocritical, and a lot of the times they're liars, and they use it because it's the difference between low self-esteem and third world low self-esteem. A lot of these people have third world low self-esteem that come over here because they know that, third world. Because they know that they're from, well, the idea, the fact that they are immigrants and that they don't really know much, or that people came over here for survival. So they have to feel that they're better than somebody. So they turn around and shit on Black Americans. And a lot of the times they have a third world perspective. They just view us as another immigrant group. A lot of them tend to forget that we've been here. We was here for generations on end. This is not.
The easiest way to put it is that they tend to forget that in their country, they can be refugees. And whenever something isn't going the way it needs to be go, or whenever something is considered tyrannical, they have somewhere to go. Whenever it's happening right here, we're still stuck with the same people that are sitting here and slapping us in the face. And we're being told that we have to make nice. in the same area, why they literally just got to run away from their people. And they're sitting here and saying, oh, well, you know what, if you're, you know, being that they see us like they saw themselves, you know, why can't you leave? Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? Why would I want to go over there where you just left? Not only that, but this is my home and I'm going to stand for it. And that's something that a lot of them really don't understand that are here. Now, this is no way me throwing shade on anybody who does have people or family that are still over there fighting. But for those that really just decided, oh, well, I don't like it here and I have an option to go somewhere else. Okay, that's nice. But whenever we're sitting there talking about third world, they come over here with those mentalities of now I can be treated like a white person, because literally that is a privilege that they have. And I can even provide the documentation that says as much, that whenever they come over here, they are granted all the amenities that white people are granted. And when I say white people, I do mean other cultures as well. I mean the Asians, I mean the Indonesians, I mean the Africans, I mean all of these other cultures, because they're granted the same amenities and the same, in some cases, immunities.
And another thing is too, they lie.
Yes,
and
they
sit
do.
there and say, oh, we did this off our hard work. No, you didn't. You didn't do that off of your hard work. You got loans and benefits for being an immigrant. Now, don't get me wrong. I can't name them in particular, but I know for a fact that a lot of them get loans and they get benefits that a lot of Black Americans are not privy to getting, which explains why most of their businesses are in Black neighborhoods. And and the funny thing is, everybody respect the white folks. The white folks let you in here. The white folks don't want you to live around them, no. And you can't open up any businesses in their areas. That's why you're in our areas.
But you also got to remember, as far as they're concerned, they literally just left the whole country that they'll never see again. So they'll be happy with even getting the slum of the slums,
right?
As long as they can sit there and say they have something.
Right.
And then they look at us as just to say that they don't understand why we don't just do the same thing, because some of them can't read or some of them don't, whichever choice I have when it comes to that fine print. But you know what? That's the whole nother conversation we can have closer to America, where people, well, all I'm going to say is this: reading is very fundamental. People should do it a lot more often. And I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. And that's not a jab, because I just noticed that, because it took me a while to analyze people that have all this disdain towards Black Americans, you know, that come here from other countries. And a lot of it too is lies. See, one of the reasons why things are so disenfranchised, not only in our community, but in general, is because everyone believes white supremacist lies. They've been lying for God knows how long. They've been promoting their lies in media. They've been creating false narratives, and most of the people, either they believe it out for their own survival, or they just believe, they've been conditioned to believe anything that white people says. For instance, the whole Black Americans are lazy. We've never been lazy. How the hell are we going to be lazy and we the ones that built the damn country up? How are we lazy when we had fucking 350 years of free labor and another 100 years of Jim Crow, and built our institutions, built our communities, only for them to be destroyed, only for us to have loans denied, only for us to not be able to access the GI Bill after we fought in every goddamn war in this country, only for us to be redlined into certain areas where we had to deal with slumlords and different people that did not want to, you know, all types of stuff. But it's a lot of people.
Oh, may I? Here's my favorite, and then I'm gonna go ahead and land my plane. I swear, I know I'm long-winded, but this is gonna be short. I promise.
No, I've been long-winded myself. My bad. I'm sorry.
Here's my thing. How is it that we're lazy when honestly it was the white woman's job to lay on her back, because we were the nannies raising the children, we were the cooks that were cooking your food, and we were the house cleaners. Black women have had jobs as long as Black men have had jobs. But white women, which is where the affirmative action actually really came in. And if y'all want to argue about it, we can definitely argue about it. Just leave your fifis out the door.
Let me say this. Let me say this though, because okay, so.
But hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
But whenever it came to that, a white woman's only job was to lay on her back. We sat there and did everything else. Yet somehow we're lazy. We were the one that was sitting here giving free labor to such a degree that literally people still are trying to get it today. You still got people that are getting nannies. You still have people that are getting house cleaners and everything else. Yet we were always the lazy ones. We were always supposedly this, supposedly that, because we would not, nobody wanted to be beaten into submission that honestly was not earned. Or anyway, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so when y'all argue the talking point of Black Americans being lazy, because I do agree with y'all, right? You know, but when y'all argue that talking point, are you claiming that people are claiming that Black Americans are lazy from a position of hatred or from a position of ignorance? Because what I could say,
ignorance, from a position of ignorance and lies that they've been told that they believe. And also,
so I agree with that.
Say this real quick: being able to have your own business when you're coming from a third world country that is politically torn, it's a big self-esteem booster. So a lot of these people, they be feeling themselves, and they feeling themselves because they've been granted opportunities here in the United States that we paved the way for, by the way. And because when you look at prior to the civil rights movement, and people can say whatever the hell they want to say, these people was not even able to come in here. In the early 1900s, they only had European immigrants coming in here.
That's not true. That's not necessarily true, 18th letter. Because you've had so-called Black immigrants migrating to the United States ever since the 1800s.
They was few and far in between.
Okay, well, regardless of the case, that there have been so-called Black immigrants that's been in America prior to the civil rights era. So we can't necessarily say that. But
here's my rebuttal or my question about that. So are we sitting here saying that they were actually so-called Black self-proclaimed, or were they then being given that label because the people that supposedly run America, that were still running the same corporation, decided they didn't want to deal with them either? Because as far as I know, they sat there and literally after a while, they did not label it Black, but they sat there and gave it other meanings whenever we had the Asian community that was over here. Whenever we were dealing with, damn, what was that war? Dagnabbit, it was right in my brain and it just fleeted that fast. But whenever we had them over here and they were treated horrifically, not as horrifically as us, but they were still treated so badly and things of this nature to such a degree that didn't they get some reparations?
You're talking about the Japanese from when they was put in internment camps.
Yeah, well, Japanese Americans got reparations. Japanese Americans, as if they were American born, but they were of Japanese descent, and they was falsely accused of being enemies of America. So they was placed in internment camps in America. So they've received reparations for that because of the false accusations. But here's the thing, because I speak from a position of a child of two immigrants, right?
Okay.
And then certain positions that people on the internet have about Black immigrants, some are true and some are untrue. And I could speak from like I said, from a child of two immigrants, right?
Hey, if I may ask, Wacky World, what your parents come from the islands or they come from the continent?
They come from the islands, right?
Are they Haiti? Okay, shout out to Haiti,
specific, right? Because what I like to tell so-called Black Americans is that to understand that when people come from third world countries, right, they have a certain view of America to be the land of milk and honey, right? To be the land of milk and honey.
Which is the image that was falsely put out there.
Of course, regardless of the fact that, but that's what the image that they have, right? So people from other countries do not have a profound understanding of the so-called Black American experience. They don't have a full understanding of that. So when they come in here, understand, you talking about people that come from a society that don't have a public education system,
right?
Don't really have not really seen running water or electricity until they come here to the United States, right? For a lot of them. So when they come here, they have this. So once they come to America and they see and they actually get the necessities that we consider to be basic, to them it seems as something big. So it's a culture shock. So then when they see the position of so-called Black Americans without understanding the full experience that Black Americans suffer in America, then they have these what I say, ignorant and uneducated views of Black Americans. So it stems from a position of ignorance. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm not saying you guys, but a lot of people from the internet have this assertion that immigrants just have this total hatred of so-called Black Americans, in which I would say it's not necessarily true. It's just a very uneducated and ignorant view of the things that Black Americans have to face here in the United States.
And I can definitely see where you're coming from that, brother. And I asked this, right? How long, and I can understand back then, but because you hear some of these narratives that are repeated on the internet. And I've taken my time, right, to learn about 1804. I've taken time to learn about Toussaint Louverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and the whole revolution over there in what was at that time Saint-Domingue. So how long? Because not only do people make ignorant statements, but they make very egotistical ignorant statements, like that they're better. And then you even have, in some cases, not all, but in some cases, you even have immigrants who not only they work against Black Americans in this country on behalf of white, on behalf of white people or white supremacists, which is a problem within itself. Like, for instance, Black people here in the United States, in my personal opinion, and I definitely give Haiti their props, because Haiti created the first independent Black nation, which they're still suffering from it to this day. But for the most part, at the forefront of Blackness have always been Black Americans. And I'm not excusing the ignorant Black Americans, because we turned around and not only did we believe the narratives that was told to us about people in the diaspora, we believed it about ourselves. So you've had people that came from the islands and was mistreated by Black Americans, which I don't make any excuses for, because I understand it. But when you get to a situation where you're in a political realm, or you're in different situations, and you're an adult and you're able to understand and do research and learn more, it is no excuse for you to try to work against Black Americans in their own country, to try to throw them underneath the bus for your own gain. That is a problem, because if I was to go to Haiti and do something like that and work against Haitian people on behalf of the French, they would have my fucking head on a pike.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this.
I'm about to leave. Give me a second. You can go ahead and say
hold on. I have to ask him this question. But as far as so-called Black immigrants, right? As far as the majority of Black immigrants, what power do they hold on, let me say this. Question: What power do they have to actually keep the majority of Black Americans disenfranchised in this country?
Well, they don't have any power. They're used as pawns. What they do are they put in positions where they're speaking for Black people, and they turn around and they regurgitate a lot of white supremacist rhetoric, or they would get in positions and say things like, oh, well, we don't need any reparations. Excuse me, sir, you're of Haitian descent. You are of Jamaican descent. What do you know about what Black Americans need and we fought, bled, and died for over here in this soil? Now, I'm all for CARICOM getting their reparations. And I'm like, you would hear certain people say, well, if they get we should get reparations. Reparations from whom? Your reparations is owed to from France. So your reparations is owed to from Britain. My reparations is owed to from the United States government. Like, you won't see Black Americans trying to intervene into CARICOM and telling them, well, this should be for everybody. You all of those different Caribbean islands will be looking at me crazy, like, what the hell he talking about?
But regardless of what these individuals say, how have that stopped? If you go to the United States government and you fight for reparations for Black Americans, whatever Black immigrants say is not going to stop you from getting reparations if you fight hard enough for it.
No, what I'm saying is that if I was to do this in any person's country, I will be told that either I have to leave that country or it will be violence that will be done to me. Because what happens is, and this is not all, but it is people that are of Caribbean or from the motherland of African descent that are speaking on behalf of Black people, Black American people, and they're purposely put in those positions by white supremacists to speak negatively on Black American people. Hence, Candace Owens and certain other people that get into these positions, and they are literally trying to regurgitate white supremacist rhetoric to make other people believe that these are Black people that are speaking on behalf of Black Americans. In reality, they're not, and they feel no connection to Black Americans, which is why they're so easily able to just throw Black Americans under the bus because they view themselves differently.
But Candace Owens have no political power. She's only a content creator. She has no real power in society.
Candace Owens is part of the white supremacists practically regurgitating anti-Black white supremacist rhetoric on her platforms. That's what
what political power does she have? What authority does she have over America?
None of them have any authority, but they're used as pawns to practically overthrow Black American sentiments.
How can
they're being put in that position to regurgitate that message, to convey to the rest of America that this is how Black Americans think, or they're not on the same page.
18th letter. How can she overthrow anyone when she has no authority?
I never said she had no. I never said that she could overthrow anything. I said she was placed as a pawn by white supremacists, by politicians, to speak, to talk shit on Black Americans, to shit on Black people. She's put up there to convey that message.
But you did say that she was put to overthrow Black Americans, but I'm saying she has no authority to overthrow anyone. She's just a content creator.
She's being used as a pawn. Content creators don't have influence, Wacky.
They have no authority.
No, it doesn't. It's the people that have the authority is using her.
Oh, the people who have the authority is using her, right? But once again, what authority does she have? Because that's my question. What authority does she has?
I just said she doesn't have.
She has no authority, so therefore she has no power to stop anything that Black Americans that are trying to do. She has no power.
Listen to what I'm saying, brother. It's not even the fact that she has no power. Thomas Sowell don't have any power either. He is another political tool that has been used against Black America to regurgitate white supremacist rhetoric, to shit on Black Americans, to shit on our struggle and our plight, and turn around and put that message out there for the rest of America to believe that, if it's another Black person that's saying it, I'm gonna just use this Black person to say what I can't publicly say. That is an issue.
Okay, but once again, if so-called Black Americans actually come together and fight for whatever agenda they have, right?
What do you mean so-called Black Americans?
So-called, because I say so-called Black, because we're not really Black. That's why I say so-called Black Americans.
What do you mean we're not really Black?
Oh, we're not really Black as far as, okay, the background in my avatar is Black. Are any one of us this color?
Well, of African descent. You can say
okay. Are any one of them? Okay, once again, are any of us this color? That's why I say so-called Black.
Whites are not actually the color white either.
Exactly. Exactly. But once again, are any one of us the color of the background of my avatar?
Oh, come on, man. No.
Exactly. That's why I say so-called Black, because we're called that, but that's not what we really are. But anyhow,
we've been called that for hundreds of years, right?
Exactly. We've been called that, but that's not what we really are.
Like, like for instance, in Africa, Sudan means land of the blacks.
Okay, but we're called that, but that's not what we really
Ethiopia means land land of the burnt face.
Once again, we're called that, but that's not what we really are.
It's an identity for the melanin in our skin.
We're called that, but that's not what we really are.
So Asians aren't really Asians, right?
Once again, we're called Black, but that's not what we really are. Asians are called yellow people, but that's not what they really are, right?
Okay. And Indians are okay. Well, I know most people that identify what we've been called for hundreds and hundreds.
Oh, okay. Once again, but my position is that that's what we've been called, but that's not what we really are. I'm still standing on that position. But once again, going back to the topic of discussion, when we talk about Thomas Sowell and Candace Owens, right? Whether or not you would like to say that they've been placed, as pawns to stop or try to discredit or destroy anything that Black Americans or so-called Black Americans try to do. The fact of the matter is if Black Americans come together and fight for whichever agenda that they have, these quote-unquote pawns don't have the power to stop them. That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask you something. Would you say the same thing if I was to go over there working with the United States to undermine Haiti and undermine Haiti getting any type of freedom as far as political refuge and being able to operate and run their own country efficiently? Would you say the same thing to the Haitians about me? Would you say the same thing if it was a group of Americans, Black Americans, that went over to Haiti and say, you know what, we're here for our own benefit and our own self-interest. We don't give a damn about the Haitian people. We're going to work on behalf of to undermine the Haitian people and work with the Hillary Clinton and work with the president of the United States and work with the president of France and even Canada to create confusion amongst the Haitian people and keep them in disarray? Would you literally tell them that?
I've told Haitian people that if Haitians actually work together and become a united front to actually become self-sufficient, that there's nothing that people from foreign nations can do to stop us, even if they do that, even if they attempted to. So yeah, I say the same thing.
I think you're being disingenuous, brother.
Okay, you could disagree, but I've said the same thing to Haitians. I've said the same thing. I said what have stopped Haiti from becoming self-sufficient is themselves, even though there's other factors, but it's themselves. Yes.
No, it has no. Yes. And that's coming from a Black American. I would disagree because
I don't care.
I'm not stupid enough to think that I'm not foolish enough to think that just because, of course, I'm a Black American, I don't share the same race, even though it's culturally different than Haitians or Jamaicans, anything like that. Haiti is in a predicament that has been because of corrupt leadership that has been put in place in order to sabotage and undermine them for hundreds and hundreds of, for damn near 150 years, you can say.
And if Haitians
and it's
actually
not their
work
fault.
together,
you have people that are working, that are trying to do
if Haitians
possibly can to
and
fight
if Haitians actually
with no
work
resources
together to make sure that corrupt position don't be in power, then you won't have that, because there's two sides to it. We can't all the way blame other nations. Yes, other nations have a hand in that, but understand this, right? Where other nations utilize a weapon called divide and conquer so they can have an advantage over the island of Haiti. And because the divide and conquer have worked to keep Haitians separate from each other, that's what made foreign nations have an advantage to keep Haiti disenfranchised. But if Haitian people do not fall privy to this divide and conquer tactic that America and France try to place on the country, they'll be able to be successful and self-sufficient. That's what I'm saying. But someone on the panel saying I'm being disingenuous. Homeboy, you don't know me, dude. You don't know me, dude, to say I'm being disingenuous. Okay, you may disagree, that's fine, but I'm not being disingenuous. And the same person stated that immigrants don't pay taxes. Dude, immigrants that work legitimate jobs pay state and pay state, federal, and in some places local taxes. What are you talking about? The only type of immigrants that don't pay taxes are undocumented workers. But if they're documented workers, they pay taxes by default. What are you talking about? But back to the topic. Yeah. So I say the same thing to Haitian people. 18th letter.
I don't know if you have a group of people that look like you that are trying to undermine you and pretty much create this narrative that, oh, we're the good Black people and those other Black people are just lazy and that's why they're in the predicament they're in and we're in this predicament. Look at me. I came here from the islands, or I speak Creole. I came here from the islands and I speak Spanish, and I've worked and obtained that. I worked and attained this, and these people just can't do this because they're just lazy. That is a problem that any group would address. Nobody is going to let any person from come from various islands or other countries and turn around and help to fight against them, against another group of with another group of people that really don't give a damn about you or me, and you're being used as a pawn. Maybe it's for your own survival. Maybe it's because you feel like you get more benefit, whatever it is. But no other group is going to deal with that opposition and not address that head on. Nobody.
If these individuals,
nobody is going to do that. If I go into anybody's country trying to speak on behalf of those people and trying to act like that, I'm here to show these people how to run this, and you all just don't do this and do that, I will be literally taking the next flight out of that country.
If these individuals do not have the political power to stop the natives of that country from achieving self-sufficiency, then their words means nothing. That's what I'm saying. Their words mean nothing.
Their words do mean something.
No, they don't mean anything if they don't have any political power.
If you're being used as a pawn against my people, we're gonna have to address this.
If you don't have the political power or the authority to actually run things, then your words mean nothing. Your words mean nothing if you don't have the political power to back it up. You have to. That's the problem. That's the problem with a lot of people on the internet, is that they get sensitive towards the ignorant statements of a lot of ignorant individuals who don't have political power. Candace Owens don't have political power. She don't. Candace Owens is not a mayor. Candace Owens is not a governor. Candace Owens don't have any power within the federal government. She does not have the power to actually make policies.
If you say
okay, what people have to do is actually rub shoulders with the politicians who have the political power to actually change policies.
Which
people like Candace Owens don't
Black
have
Americans have always been at the forefront of that. We're the only ones that's fought for any type of equality, like next to Haiti, outside of Haiti. We're the only ones that have been 10 toes down with fighting for. We fought for everything that we got in this country. Wasn't nothing given to us. We never had any type of programs given to us to help. We fought from the blood, sweat, and soil in this country on everything that we have.
Same thing, like you said, the Haitians in Haiti. Same things from people from Grenada. Same thing when it comes to South Africans in South Africa. Same things when it comes to the Ghanaians in Ghana. Same things when it comes to Rwandans in their countries.
In their countries.
Yeah, in their country. Okay.
Not here. We the one I'm talking about here. I'm talking about in the country where I'm born and raised, where I go back generations and generations upon. I'm not talking about overseas. I give them their props and I give them their credit.
Hold on. To a degree, you're correct to a degree, but there have been people of Caribbean descent who actually helped the civil rights movement become very successful. Okay, don't forget Kwame Ture, aka Stokely Carmichael of the Black Panther Party from Trinidad. So yes, for the most part, yes, I agree that Black Americans have been successful in actually achieving the freedom that they've given that they have
Marcus
in America
Garvey.
And still fighting the fight. Marcus Garvey, but okay, but
here's the thing. Here's the thing that I say with that. When they came here, they was forced to politically align with Black Americans. They had no choice because they were Black. They couldn't work against something. If you're segregated, just to think at that time, the political climate, all of these Italians and these Irish and these Polish that are accepted now, they wasn't even accepted as white back then. It wouldn't have been no Caribbeans that would have been able to be, especially during segregation and everything.
You do know that Stokely Carmichael was actually fighting for civil rights ever since he was grown up in Trinidad, right? And when he came to America, he was continuing the same fight. It was not forced. It was something that he chose to do. He chose to be a revolutionary.
Okay. Okay. That I did not know. That I did not know. But for the most part, a lot of people that are coming here today, unfortunately, that is the issue. And I'm not one of these people that I'm of African descent. I go back generations and generations in America, but I'm not foolish to know that I'm not of African descent. So it is an issue for people that come here that pretty much undermine and try to shit on Black Americans, especially when they share the same facial features or the same complexion as us, or just culturally different, because they honestly think that it's going to get them somewhere, or they're going to be able to elevate only to find out that they can't, because this is the system that is structured here is not conducive with them trying to elevate or think that they're going to be close next to white people. It doesn't look like that.
I agree. I agree. These types of people make very ignorant statements towards so-called Black Americans. I wholeheartedly agree with that, right? But what I'm trying to say is that a lot of these individuals who make these ignorant statements have no real power. Why allow them to have power over you and what you believe? They have no power.
It's not even the
a
fact
lot of
that
these people are ignorant. They
no,
don't have
I get the fact that they're ignorant, but on top of it, here's the thing too. And another thing that irks me is because you say that they have no power. They're shitting on Black Americans meantime while trying to be included in Black American resources, trying to be included in Black American in Black American colleges and everything else, while trying to elevate themselves and use Black Americans' opportunities and what we've built as a ladder to elevate themselves, while shitting on Black Americans and quick to yell how much culturally different they are. That is an issue. That is an issue.
But once again, what do you mean by Black American colleges, Black American opportunities? What do you mean by that?
I'm talking about our colleges, like, our colleges.
Okay, do you have evidence of the majority of Black immigrants attending HBCUs? Because HBCUs are not necessarily Black, because most of them are owned by Caucasians, if you really want to break it down.
Okay, you can say that they're owned by Caucasians, but those are built by Black Americans. The whole thing of an HBCU is because Black Americans were segregated and could not go to white colleges. That's why they was created. Everything was built on the back of Black people.
Actually, most HBCUs was originally built for mixed race descendants of Caucasians who had children with slaves, but then due to the Jim Crow era, a lot of so-called Blacks was forced to go to these schools. But once again, a lot of these HBCUs, even from now, are not owned by so-called Black people. They're owned by the state. They're owned by the state, which are, for the most part, Caucasian. So how can we say Black American schools? No disrespect. How can we say that these are Black American colleges?
So what does it mean? So what does it mean? Historical Black colleges united. That's like me saying, okay, so is Haiti really Haiti? Because technically Haiti was owned by the French, and Haiti is still being under the thumbs of American imperialism and France and Canada. So
because Haiti was never a truly independent country. It was never a truly independent country, and I'm realistic enough to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Haiti was never truly an independent country, just as much as these HBCUs are not really Black owned and never really was Black owned. I mean, some of these HBCUs was named after Caucasian people, like Howard University. Do you know who Howard University was named after?
No, I do not.
A Caucasian Civil War veteran named Oliver Howard. As a matter of fact, there's a statue of him in Howard University in DC, a statue of some Caucasian Civil War veteran. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to diss anything, but a lot of these HBCUs are not truly Black owned.
No, I get what you're saying.
They're owned by the state.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I definitely understand. But what I'm saying is that if it's something that was geared towards Black Americans, and even like what we talked about earlier with Kai Cenat, you literally, New York culture, and the funny thing is, everything from the slang of New York all the way down to the style of dress, everything that comes from Black Americans that everyone else, became a part of once they came to the city of New York. So for you to sit up there and you would say something like Black Americans have no culture, or you just Black, and I have a lot of love for Caribbean people, man, from the food to the history, whether you want to talk about reggae dance hall, shout out. I don't turn around. That'll be like me saying, Caribbean people ain't really got no culture. What culture they got? You get what I'm saying? You don't see how blatantly
I get what you're saying. I get
you don't
what
see
you're
how
saying.
blatantly disrespectful that can be, and you sitting up here making money off of Black American culture. You're dancing like Black Americans, you're dressing like Black Americans, you're talking like Black Americans, you're interviewing all of these different Black American artists. Black Americans literally set the template for the style of New York City from the 5%ers on down.
Like, let me say this for size though.
I get what you're saying. Okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to say this for size real quick. Kai Cenat, what I was saying earlier, Kai Cenat got some nerves, right? Because he went to Frederick Douglass Academy, which is in Harlem, right above the fucking 3 train, right? So that school is predominantly black. So when he says African Americans don't have culture, he lives in the Bronx where it's predominantly black population. Now I don't know where he was raised in the Bronx, but depending on where it is, if he wasn't, he probably stayed around Caribbeans at Wakefield, this, that, and the third. But if he was in the South Bronx, that's why I don't want to hear shit that he has to say. A lot of people, somebody had a misconception about me when I was sitting up there talking about like immigrants before and stuff like that. I said, yo, I get sick and tired of certain nationalities of people that sit up there and talk all that nonsense. And then we got into this conversation about Africans. Even though Kai Cenat is not African, it's just that point. What makes them use so-called African Americans as a punching bag? I don't get it. Because all that ignorant shit, you know, when they fly out their mouth and they not from their home country, they not saying the word nigga. And if they saying the word nigga, it's because they getting it from black people in the so-called black people in America. You know what I'm saying? So it's just funny to me to know that, like, knowing that high school and knowing there's mad black kids in that school and then it's Hispanics. Like, it's just the ignorance in all of what he's saying. And then,
you know what, Bronzebird?
But the thing is this. Kai Cenat is a dumbass nigga. He's dumb.
He's dumb.
So why take the heart when it comes to a dumb thing that a dumbass would say? Or isn't he? What is he supposed to be of Haitian descent? I think his father is
Haitian and Trinidadian.
Yeah, and Trinidadian. He's a dumbass, man. Why take the heart with someone that a dumbass says?
You know
what? It's not necessarily taken to heart. I just see this. I've said this and I've said this before. And then one of the people that I was talking to before, they didn't understand what I was trying to say. They just wanted to argue with me. And I'm like, I'm not trying to argue because I love Caribbeans. You know what I'm saying? Like, my closest friends that I consider family is Caribbean. So what I'm saying is the conversation becomes quite clear where I get really kind of annoyed because I don't get it. Because it's just like, you've been in America for a long time. So obviously you've been around black Americans and this, that, and third. There are black Americans that definitely was out here defying the odds, doing things that's different. And I'm not going to try to make it seem like, oh, Kai Cenat got me in my fifis. No, because I'm just like, you sound stupid. And I'm like, you don't think I know what you did after school? FDA, you was riding with black people on the train to go back to the Bronx. So you saying that shit to me just is like, you shut up, little boy. But, you know, my thing about it is I heard it from him. I heard it from, who's that African Afrobeats artist? Burna Boy.
Burna Boy. And he keep taking all the black American music and wearing Averex leathers and Timberlands.
Thank you.
That shit in
all
the
that is urbanism. Like, urbanism. And it's like, bro, I think the shit is corny. Like, you got to keep taking samples back from the 90s and 2000s with Afrobeats, which proves my goddamn point. You are so influenced by black culture, whether it was reigned in by white people or, you know, black people didn't. Everybody knows it was a black person that was on the stamp of it. So you as an African, you sit up there and you be like, oh, bro, I'm Burna Boy and this, that, and third. Like, bro, your songs is after black American samples. Let's really be real about that. It's him that did that. Akon had the nerve to sit up there and say, well, you know, black African Americans.
It's been
it's like, hold on, my dude.
Numerous times.
Your first record was called I'm Locked Up. Feel what I'm saying?
P, featuring
Styles P. And even though Styles P admitted that he's actually half African. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, his mom from Nigeria.
His mom's is from Nigeria. He said it in the song A Gangster and a Gentleman, produced by Alchemist. So my thing about it is like, even Styles P is a little more level-headed. He ain't trying to sit up there and be disrespectful about it, but it's like it starts to be a line of people that's reminding me of my childhood, that's reminding me of how I grew up. And I'm just saying it doesn't aggravate me, but it's just like, oh, another one said it. And another one said it. And another
And
one said
you know
it.
what? Here's the
And
thing.
yeah.
Here's the thing with that Bronzebird, like with what you were saying, right? A lot of the times too, a lot of these people are getting the sentiment from their parents and their family members to think that they are culturally better than Black Americans, or they might have seen Black Americans in some type. Like I've heard, I remember I heard this one chick that was Jamaican tell me, I think that what she say? Oh, I think we only Black when convenient. Like they just wanted us for the George Floyd riot. I was like, what? Black people do not. And here's the thing: Black people do not need Caribbean people or any other group of people for our own movements here in the United States. Our movements is what influenced everybody else to have their movements across the world. And that was the thing. The level of cognitive dissonance. That's the thing that gets me, because a lot of people are coming here, and like I said before earlier, they think their nationality makes them better than somebody. They think just because they wave their red, their yellow, black and green flag, or their red, blue, and palm tree color flag, or their red and black Trinidadian flag, that makes them, or their Nigerian flag, that their culture makes them superiorly better. And a lot of them are coming from worse conditions than any of us. And as Black people all over the world, we at the fucking bottom. So when you have people that do that, and like, for instance, I knew Casanat was I figured if he was friends with that dude, what's his name, Phantom, the Dominican dude who said, "Oh, I was having this conversation with my Black friends. Why y'all subscribe to the one drop rule?" Like, why you subscribe to the one? You don't have to believe in whatever, in the one drop rule here in the United States, but that is something that's been ingrained in the United States for the last 200, 300, 400 years. You're not going to change that overnight because you feel like you identify by your nationality.
Let me say something too. Me, growing up as a person of so-called Haitian descent, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard millions of ignorant things that people say about Haitian people, right?
Right.
From so-called Black Americans, from people from other parts of the Caribbean, from people of other races. I've even been told some ignorant shit that I don't look Haitian, right? And I asked them that how is a Haitian supposed to look like, and they tell me that they're supposed to be darker complected, being that I'm lighter complected, right? So I mean, I've heard tons of ignorant
point,
stuff. Like,
you make a valid point, brother.
I've heard tons of stuff as like Haitian people eat cat. I'm sure Brownsbird heard that, or maybe you've heard that. And me being Haitian, I've never known not one person who ate cat. I've heard plenty of ignorant
some
things,
that
right?
they said y'all eat different types of stuff, and I'm like, nah,
no, they don't.
Haitians.
They don't eat.
Yeah,
no cat.
And trying to say that y'all eat dirt,
but
eat dirt and all that other stuff.
Yeah, eat dirt.
Those
dirt and all this other stuff.
I heard that shit from.
Yeah, I've heard things of Haitian people commit cannibalism, and I don't know not one Haitian person that eat human beings.
My best friend is Haitian.
I've came to the conclusion that these people who make these dumbass statements are just stupid people,
and they've been
in desperate need to read a book. I never really, to me, that's just me. I never really took it to heart because I just look at them as just what they are, dumbasses that read a book. And within Black immigrants, you have a lot of dumbasses, right? That will say dumbass shit.
Like I've heard, me and Brownsburg has been on these channels together, but I've heard like dumbass, like for instance, racist Dominicans who will say shit about Haitians, and I'm not stupid. I know if you don't like Haitians, you ain't gonna like me. Period. Point blank. You can sit there and lie and try to say, "Oh no, it's just no." You don't. You have problems with anybody that's Black. And I think it's important for Black people to understand that. No matter,
Dominicans are very dumb. I'm sorry, Dominicans are very dumb. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And the funny thing, but the thing that gets me, right, like what you're saying, because I agree, because you have some Black Americans that are stupid that sat here and they believe the images that are told to us about Haiti, about what was going on over in Africa, and they regurgitate that same thing onto to Haitians. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that didn't happen. I don't know, because I it's not many Haitians where I grew up at, but I know for a fact that happened, because I know, because Black Americans bully each other in a fucked up way. So I definitely know that can happen. But go ahead, Bronzebird. My bad.
I just find it weird. Like, you know, I grew up, and you know, even to this day, I'm not trying to say it as a braggadocious or arrogant thing. They said that I don't look like a typical African American. And I sit back and I look, I'll be like, well, what the fuck does a typical African American look like? And they be like, well, just not like you, because you just look like you could be da-da-da-da-da-da. And I'd be like, well, I mean, I don't know if you complimented me or you just trying to say it in a way where, if it's a woman saying it, I'm going off of the fact of the matter, she's probably trying to say that I'm attractive. But then that makes me denote that African Americans can't be attractive. I don't even like using the term African American. But is that denoting the fact of the matter that African Americans can't be attractive just as much as someone that might have Caribbean lineage or let's just say Aboriginal lineage? And that's another thing that I'm trying to understand for myself, yo. Like, 18th letter, the one thing that you say, and I've had this battle with everybody, that's why I say I would love to have the conversation one day. I'm still trying to debate the origin of so-called African Americans, because I don't believe we all came from ships.
I do believe that. I believe that in my personal and based off of the evidence that I've seen and from my personal perspective, which I could be wrong. I'm not a person that have some type of critical thinking skills. They know that it's a possibility that things can be something other than what they think. But I know, like in my personal opinion, from based off of what I've seen, we were taken off the coast of West Africa and we were brought to the Caribbean and we were brought to the United States and we were brought to South America. And the people that led the slave trade in the beginning was the Spanish, right along with the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the British. Those were the people. They took advantage of tribal warfare that was taking place in Africa. They traded. And they traded with different tribes, and those tribes traded rivals that they took in battle as slaves to the Europeans. And the Europeans got here, they brought in their slaves after they came to the New World and tried to make the native slaves, but a lot of them died off from diseases and everything else, which is why we barely see any Native Americans to this day. Which is why the Tainos don't even exist in IT or the Dominican Republic no more. The Tainos don't exist in Jamaica anymore.
So I beg to differ because I'm of Taino descent. So,
but I mean, we blooded Taino.
And those Native Americans, and no lie, those Native Americans, they're not even Native Americans. They're Siberian. I've been having this argument for a long time, and people be like, oh, come on, Bronzebird, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, even you look at the explorers that came here, the explorers were describing the people that was over here as brown and dark skin and calling them black.
Yeah.
They were calling them, but they were calling them black. They were sitting up there calling them black and sitting up there saying their skin is tawny and their skin is of such and such complexion and denoting the fact of the matter that they have dark brown skin. And then some of the other nations that was out there, what was it, Queen Khalifa, which is California named after? They kept sitting up there saying Queen Khalifa is a black woman.
Can I say this though? It's a mixture of both. Yes, like in the Western Hemisphere, there were so-called black people who came from slave ships, but at the same time, there were so-called black people who were natives of America. There are too many documentation to prove that there were native so-called black people on here. As a matter of fact, if you read a book written by Ivan Van Sertima called "They Came Before Columbus," he spoke about the native Caribbean, not Caribbean, but just the so-called black natives of the Western Hemisphere, whether it be the continental United States, the Caribbean, Latin America, and what have you. As a matter of fact, according to that book, Christopher Columbus was given a letter by his brother, because what people don't know that Christopher Columbus also had a brother who was also an explorer, right? He explored he worked for the Portuguese, for the country of Portugal, and gave a letter to Christopher Columbus when he was going to sail, and told Christopher that there's a place or another continent where there were black people or quote unquote people of African descent that lived there, but it's not Africa. You know, that is documented that Christopher Columbus' brother gave or written a letter to Christopher Columbus stating that, you know, so it's a mixture of both, because in reality, so-called black people was everywhere around the world. We was not only in one continent, we was in all four corners of this earth. So therefore stating that we only came from the west coast of Africa and came to the Western Hemisphere on slave ships is halfway true, but not all the way true. But at the same time, saying that we were all natives in here is halfway true, but not all the way true. Both of these statements,
like, I don't believe. Yeah,
I would say this. I would say this. Like, in my personal opinion, based off of what I've seen, if we was to do a DNA test, a lot of our most of our genealogy would trace back to Africa. And
from who? From the 18th letter, from who? What website?
I mean, even if you wanted to even do what's the other one? African American DNA, or I forgot the name of it in particular, but it is black DNA companies that you can trace your ancestry all the way back, and unless you just don't want to believe in DNA at all. But not only just that.
That's why I question that. But this is why I'm going to question that.
But here's the thing, right?
Okay.
Like, when you look at the native people here, yes, they descend from people in Siberia, Russia, that was Asians that migrated over into the new land. That's why they have those eyes the way that they did. And a lot of these Europeans, they called everybody that was darker than them black. They called everybody that was dark. They had never really been outside of Europe until they went on their conquest. And we're talking about these people was like the lowlives of Europe, the unintelligent criminals that went into, you know, these different lands and stuff like that. That was, you know, it was either go on these conquests or, you know, live in poverty in Europe or be in prison. And they chose that. So and also the term Indian came from the people that they thought they was in India. That's how
they thought they was India.
Yeah, that's when they thought, and which we know India was under British rule for a very long time, which explains the mindset that they had. So they thought that they was in India and they was going to trade spices, and then they realized, no, these people are not Indians; they something else. So
and then when they came to the Caribbean, they mistakenly called it the West Indies. Yeah, go ahead, Wacky.
Can I say something about as far as these genetic or these DNA testing is concerned, right? Because okay, what these DNA tests don't acknowledge are migration patterns, because all throughout the history of man have migrated from one place to another. So what these DNA tests just do is just show you the location of your DNA in modern times. They don't really explain migration patterns, because let's just say, for example, if I take a DNA test and they say that my DNA, what they'll say is that my DNA share a commonality with people from Ghana, right? But what if the people of Ghana have a history of migrating to Ghana from another part of the world? What if these people in Ghana shared the same or migrated to other parts of the world, like the continental United States or to South America? You know, because there's actually historical evidence to prove that people from what we now call West Africa migrate to the Americas before Christopher Columbus even discovered, or quote unquote discovered, America. So there's documents proving that so-called black people, the people that we now label as black today, were in the Americas for hundreds of thousands of years.
I'm not refuting that, but I think that was few and very far in between. Because even when you look on the Atlantic slave trade passage, a lot of those people didn't make it. You had a lot of people that was, you know, a lot of slaves that died, ships that got blown in the wrong direction, a lot of people that starved, and that's just with white folks and they master ships and bringing slaves into the new world. So how would majority of these Africans, they didn't have massive ships, anything. So how would they even make it into the new world if they didn't really have that boat technology or to build like that to make
you you don't know if they didn't really have that boat technology to make it. We don't know that. The fact of the matter is, if there's proof that Christopher Columbus's own brother, who sailed the so-called New World, have given a letter to Christopher Columbus saying that there are so-called black people in these places, then we can't say that there are very few people. You know,
you have to look at the context.
And even today, we have groups of people called the Washita Moors who have professed that they've been in the continental United States for thousands of years, and we have other groups of people from Virginia and other parts of America saying that, hey, listen, we're so-called black people, but our ancestors have been here for thousands of years. We can't say that they're very few in between. I mean,
you can sit up there and talk about the people. You can talk about the people that call themselves, the nation that calls themselves the Massachusetts. You know what I'm saying? Those people out there, those people out there, they would be classified as so-called Black Americans,
or the Lenape Indians, or the Lenape Indians.
And anybody that Delaware, which under the Algonquin language of the Northeast.
Yeah, and once again, not to interrupt anyone, okay, if you guys are familiar with Wu-Tang Clan, right? The rap group Wu-Tang Clan, 3 members of Wu-Tang Clan are cousins, which is Old Dirty Bastard, Jizza, and RZA. They all 3 are cousins, and all 3 have professed that they are of Black Native ancestry, in which the reservation that their people are from are out in Long Island. I forgot the name of their people.
Shinnecock,
right?
Yeah, Shinnecock,
and they have a reservation out there in like Suffolk County, Long Island. Yes. And if you look at the video, there's like 2 videos. Real quick, of some guy that's under, it starts with a U, but it's still under the Shinnecock Nation. And then when there's another video of them showing Shinnecock Indians, those are black people. They look just like black people.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But my point is saying that is, my whole entire argument is like, even if we go off of DNA, just like what Wacky said, it's only going to show you to pop up. It's going to say what your DNA matches up with and what is it similar to. So my thing about it is, my only argument that I've always professed since I started this channel is that I'm more so for the route of lineage, as in like records to prove who was who in your family, what was this, what was that, and going off of that, and then being like, well, the blood traces back to your grandfather, your great 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 grandmother, and all that other stuff. That's what I trust, because DNA tests, like there's been so many times there's been mishaps with DNA tests. They even had, I just watched the other day, there was identical twins that took a DNA test. How in the hell do they have 2 different results? They're identical twins.
Well, I'll just say this, right? Let's take DNA out of the equation. When you look at my avatar, what do you see? You see a man with broad shoulders, a skull that resembles a lot of other people of African descent, nose and the lips that resemble a lot of people of African descent, and a skin tone that may have a little bit of admixture in there, versus someone that's completely melanated from generations of being here. When you hear my voice, my voice doesn't sound like someone that would typically, most deep voices, well, you have some white people with deep voices, but most deep voices are associated with African people, or people that black people in most cases. Even when you look at our hair is usually woolly to protect from the heat of the sun. Our melanin is to protect us from the sun in heat and climates. You have what's the word I'm looking for? You have jungles and different things over in Africa where it's extremely hot. So that would make the most sense. And in a lot of cases, because there's a lot of people that say that they native, but they can't tell you what tribe they originate from. They can't tell you the language that was spoken. They can't tell you how they lost the land. They can't tell you the customs and the traditions. So it's a lot of things that people say that it just seems like it's just hearsay. Because for the most part, when you look at when you look at Native American history, once the white man established himself in this land, you had natives that became part of the system. You even have natives that enslaved Africans. That's how they became part of their tribe, because they were they were enslaved by the tribe. Usually, if you had a white man that was able to pay his way into a native tribe and he brought his African slaves with him, they essentially became part of that tribe, especially after he died and they passed down those slaves to his half native, half white children. So it's a lot of things that people don't understand. Do you have Africans that was accepted into certain native tribes? Absolutely, especially down there in Florida. That definitely happened. For instance, I had a girlfriend that was half Ho-Chunk, which is a tribe that originates. Well, she's not a half. She was a quarter. Ho-Chunk, which was a tribe that originated in Illinois and Wisconsin. When I went up to Wisconsin driving trucks, I've ran into some people that were Ho-Chunk, and they had her similar facial features, those Asian eyes and everything, even though she was 75% black, but they had some of those similar features. So I think a lot of,
although that's true. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up.
No, and like that's all I'm saying. Because, like, for instance, and that can be used against people, and that's what people need to understand. Because if you see, oh, y'all natives, okay, well, y'all don't need reparations. We paid y'all reparations already. Y'all need to go find y'all respective tribes and see about, showing that you are part of that tribe, and they'll look out for you on your reparations. One thing Wacky said, he said he's Taino. I'm gonna ask you, Wacky, like what percentage of Taino are you? Because by the time the French got to that side of the island, most of the Tainos was gone. They was long gone.
According to what I've been told by my family members, I don't know exactly what percentage Taino I was, but the Tainos was always here. or when I say here, they was always out in the islands. They was never gone. They was out in the islands. That's
no,
what
I mean, like, because if your family came from Saint Domingue, especially on that eastern side of the island, even like on the Dominican side, most of the Tainos were dissipated because that was the first group that was enslaved by the Spaniards. That side of the island, remember, the Santo Domingo gave that side of the island to the French buccaneers and the Frenchmen that came over there. And a lot of people, they didn't inhabit. A lot of the Tainos was gone. Just like, and like, it could be just folklore that's passed down from generation to generation. For instance, my grandmother used to say that we're part native. I don't know how true that is. For all I know, my grandmother could have got that confused with somebody being part white in our family. You get what I'm saying?
Well, let me tell you this. Based on what I've gotten from my family members, Tainos existed on both sides of the island, right? And the concept of they was decimated by the French was not true. They were still in
by the Spanish.
Well, the Spanish, on that side, or the French, what I was told by my grandparents and my parents, that was not true. That was a bunch of bullshit for the most part. That they still exist, and they still exist today. But the thing is, what I was told by my family members is that they were black. They were so-called black people. Okay, so the ones who consider themselves to be Taino, but look sort of semi-Asian, stuff like that, they were what I was told by my family members is that they were mixed, but on my mom's side of the family, they have Taino and so-called black, on my mom's side of the family. But that's what I was told.
And
the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that, because 18th letter brought up a point that how in certain Native American tribes, the tribe accepted the blacks in these tribes and they mixed in together, which is true for some of these tribes, but not for every one of these native tribes, because there were native tribes within the Americas that was always what we consider to be black today, such as the Washita Moors. the Ouachitas of Louisiana were, according to what they say, were always so-called black people. They were always so-called black people. They were not mixed and what have you. So different tribes have their different stories. Yes, some tribes, such as what we call the Cherokees or the Choctaws, they were mixed in with slaves, or the Seminole Indians of Florida. They were mixed in.
Enslaved Africans. The Cherokees enslaved.
But they also mixed in too. So what happened is and also the Seminole Indians. Yeah, they accepted blacks inside their tribes and mixed in. But also there were also other native tribes who will profess to always be what we consider to be so-called black today.
And really quickly, the whole entire thing that I was like, I gotta stop watching so many YouTube videos. It's so unhealthy. But my thing about it is the problem that I've always stated, and again, this has been since the inception of this channel, was why did we decide to accept the term African American after 1988? Were we calling ourselves African American before 1988? Were we calling ourselves Black Americans, coloreds, and all these different things? Because you weren't called y'all wasn't called African Americans in the 1960s. They called you colored.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Once the 14th, wait, what the 14th?
I was in preschool back in 1988, so I don't remember.
Exactly.
Negroes.
And so they were called Negroes and you was called colored in the 1960s. But what I'm saying is when the 14th Amendment got passed in 1993, that's when they decided to say black people are African Americans. So who were you called? Why were you called African Americans after 1988? What was their classification? Why did Jesse Jackson and the rest of them big it up and sit up there and say, yes, African Americans, we got to come together? Y'all wasn't called that.
Well, it went from Negro to colored, or colored to Negro, whichever one, to Afro-American, to African-American.
That's true.
So, like, for the most part,
the current condition today is
maybe because we actually descended from slavery that came from Africans. I don't know.
But that's the thing. Why would it take until 1988 to call you African American? If America apparently known, yes, you're the descendants of Africans, you're the descendants of Africans, then why wouldn't you call that in 1930s and 1940s, 1960s, 1970s?
Can I say something? Can we accept the fact that both narratives are true? Because it's possible for both things to be true at the same time. Can we accept the fact that, yes, there were black natives in America, and at the same time, there were so-called blacks who came here from slave ships? Can we accept that both of these narratives are true?
I can accept that that's true, but I always said that my argument is I've never believed that all African Americans came off of slave ships. I never agree with that. That's always been my argument. I say, hey, I'm not denying the fact of the matter that there could have been African slaves or Africans, the people of African descent that came off the ships, but I do not agree that all classifications, such as my lineage, both my mother and my father, we all African Americans came off of slave ships. Hell no. Because even it was taught in my family that there's people that could be of Aboriginal descent. You understand what I'm saying? Now, it's to my surprise and my own ignorance. I have to do a lot more research on my family tree and all these different things. But I think the problem is that I'm having in the classification of black people today. Of course, we don't know who we are. And then the fact that
I know who I am. I don't know about everybody else.
But I'm saying, if you're saying on the 18th letter, that's great. That's cool, bro, because there's a lot of people out here who still trying to find answers. And they'll sit up there and say, well, yeah, I'm African. Or they sit up there and say, I'm an Indian. And they don't know what the fuck they talking about. They just be glad to be sitting up there being classified with something. So
that's what I'm saying, though. Like, when it comes to, it's quite simple, honestly. And then like what you were saying, Bronzebird, if people think that they're natives, they're going to simply tell you get your reparations for whatever native tribe
you already did.
So research. If you really believe you're a Native American, or you just dumb, if you just sit here believing whatever the fuck that dude name is that be spreading all this Native American false narratives, then you need to go find your native tribe in Oklahoma if they was moved to there during the Trail of Tears, or go find whatever native tribe you come from, and you are owed reparations from whatever tribe that you descend from. And in a lot of cases, the ones that were in these tribes as Native Americans or so-called black mixture Native Americans, they were kicked out, especially once the resources came. So good luck with that.
Yeah. I would never say that, you know what I'm saying? I just say my whole entire point is you got to just bring up the conversation. Because so many people are just say, yeah, you know, Africa. But it's like, okay, you say go to the motherland, but then these people who's looking at you crazy, like, what the hell are you talking about? Y'all ain't us. We ain't you.
They look at us crazy like they look at any other tribe crazy. The Igbo don't get along with the Yoruba. The Yoruba don't get along with the Fulani. The Asante tribe didn't get along with other tribes. Like they're tribalistic in their mentality. So them telling me that I ain't from there, I'm not. I never said I was. I'm just saying I'm a descendant of African people that were brought to the Americas. That's all.
And no, and what I say, Auntie Leather, without a shot of a doubt, I agree with you 100%. My thing about it is there's just this weird playing field where it's just kind of like a lot of questions need to be asked, because it's just like, wait a minute, certain terms wouldn't originate from Africa. Certain things that we carried as a tradition did not come from Africa. Some of them did. But there's certain questions you just have to ask and be like, but why was everything put on what me and you are identified as, and maybe Hustler and Muscular, because I don't know if you're African American. Why were all those terms put on us? All right, cool. I just asked because you know, Wacky's Haitian.
I'll put it this way.
Hold on, wait.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that you just have to start. You have to question everything, because we all know, regardless if you like it or not, when they put shit in textbooks, it's about indoctrination, right? So what is that called? His story. That's not your story. It's his story. So if we're trying to unlearn what was told to us in school, you have to question those things. Wait a minute. The slave trade. Okay, so what kind of boats did they have? Did they really have steel ships back then, or did they have wooden ships? Is it true that they had Africans or people of African descent on chains and sticking next to each other on a boat? How is that even remotely possible? You're gonna be shitting and pissing on yourself?
Yes.
And then when are you able to get up from your shackle and change position to get up out that bed that you sitting in, that you probably shitted and pissed on yourself in, and women having their periods and all that other stuff? You getting out the boat and the slave master is having you eat what? Now, on top of that too, what we questions, no human in this world can properly be quenched with salt water. So if they ain't never cleansed the water, how in the fuck was they able to sit up there and survive off a boat of salt water? You can't drink salt water.
At all. That's why so many of them died. They were just feeding themselves. They only had enough rations from Europe that they brought for them.
Which brings me up the next question. What is the average timing of a ship that comes from the Western Horn of Africa to, let's just say, Jamestown, Virginia? Let's really be real about that. It takes months, right? So if it's most of them that died, then what is the exact percentage of those slaves that came to America?
Well, it was definitely smaller than what landed in the Caribbean. It was definitely smaller, and in some cases, they was traded from the Caribbean into the United States. But if you was to drain the ocean right now, if you was to drain the Atlantic Ocean right now, I'm pretty sure you will see a whole bunch of remains that leads from the United States all the way back to the continent of Africa. When you go if you look up Gora Island in Senegal, you see the chains that the slaves was held to in captive before they was sent abroad into Ghana. They have the point of no return where slaves was sent to, into the Americas. Brazil, like Brazil, the only reason that Brazil and a lot of these Caribbean nations retained some of their African culture and we didn't is because the difference of colonizers. The English stripped us of everything, and they segregated us from everything, while the Spanish believed in getting rid of blacks by breeding them out, which explains why they're mixed. Mejor la raza. By mixing them and creating racial categories, and also letting them have some of their African traditions. They believed in allowing them to make them a little bit more comfortable in their position versus us. we was completely stripped of everything. We was segregated, which explains why we have more facial features of African descent versus somebody in Latin America that may be a more mixed African descent, based off of the rules of the differences in our colonizers.
Yeah, my fault. I'm here. So,
and then geographic location too, Bronzebird. Geographic location. Majority of us descended from the South. Yeah. Where was the most plantations at? In the South.
So this is the thing. All right, so I'm gonna read some of these comments first. It says Christopher. Yeah, and those people, these fake native nations kicked out were the full-blooded Indians, aka freedmen. Truth only says, so we sent in an invoice to Ghana. They sold us. We need that commission. Christopher says, follow the bones. So again, my only thing is, we know without a shot of a doubt, they mix and match our history as so-called African Americans. That's without a doubt. That is not fake. That is true. Okay? We cannot deny that. Now, the only thing I'm saying is, if we're going to unlearn what they taught us in school, we have to start asking those questions. Because it's like, if we're talking about how things were and how things were for us, it's like, okay, where did everything come from? I like looking at different things in culture, music, and looking at like the food and all these different things that define culture. So even when you think about it, let's even take it to the tradition of so-called African Americans, jazz, blues, all these different things. Is there a replica of that from Africa? The food, soul food. What? When you look up a lot of these different things, you could say yams, but then, you know, my thing is, a lot of the foods that you find that are soul food actually have an origin from Europe. And then it's a mixture of the Aboriginal food that was here. So now that's what I'm saying is, we just do an investigation, because culture will lead you to finding the origin of your people.
But see, that's what I was just saying, though, Bronzebird. Like, we were stripped of everything. That's why we ate the remains of whatever the Europeans ate. We ate the parts that they didn't want. That's how we developed soul food. Like, we had the banjo, and the banjo developed into other musical art forms. We did have drums until, I forgot, they outlawed drums or something like that. But we was completely stripped of all of our culture, which when you saw the movie Roots, when he said, my name is Kuta Kinte, no, your name is Toby, whacking them with the whip. Like, a lot of this, a lot of our culture, Africanness, was completely erased because they had different practices on slavery. The British practices was different from the Spanish practices on slavery. That's it.
But this is what I'll ask you the question about. Do you believe that the Roots is a candid story about the experience of the so-called African American back then?
I believe so. It's been people that's written like in the 1800s about the experiences in slavery, on what they dealt with in slavery. They even got documented videos of a man in his 80s in like the 1910s or the 1910s or the 1915s that was a slave prior to 1865. They even got a video of a woman that was a white woman who owned slaves in the 1910s or the 1915 in color. I have to find that video, but this is not. That's a lot of that stuff is well documented. The thing that don't seem well documented that people believe is the native history of history of all of these black natives, which I'm not seeing or I'm not understanding.
But was everywhere on this land, not just in the South. Yeah, that's true. But I think even with that, because I even taught the story, a couple of powwows ago, I was telling Pastor, I said, me being from New York, there was already settlements of so-called black people before the Great Migration. And,
it was because New York actually was a slave state at one point. They had Seneca Village, where
but those are people that moved in. But there was certain places where those people moved in, where they
into
were
New York. Yeah, because New York, after they outlawed slavery, it became a spot for people to run to on like trying to get away from the slave states.
Yeah. Seneca
Philadelphia
Village
was another one.
Yeah, Philadelphia, and to the New York thing, I already said Weeksville, Seneca Village, Sandy Ground, and Staten Island. Which, no, that's not Tottenville, but yeah. Point is, absolutely, is all I'm saying is at the end of the day, to round about our conversation, what we saying earlier, I know for sure that there aren't Caribbeans and Africans that think like the way that a Kai Cenat would. You know what I'm saying? And I just find it really weird because I'm just like, well, Kai Cenat, I know exactly how your whole school gets down. You went to FDA. Like, one of my favorite, like, artists was from FDA. So it's kind of like when you have this whole entire thing of learning what it is to be a young black man, going to a school, going to that high school where there's predominantly black people, you know, I kind of find it weird that, you know, you get your presence up on that Twitch, you doing whatever it is that you're doing, you saying the N-word, you know the culture, you know this, that, and the third, but then you sit up there saying African Americans don't have culture.
Yeah, because he's feeling himself, and
he's feeling himself.
He's hanging around other Caribbeans that think the same way. I knew something was up with Kai Cenat when I saw the slick stuff Phantom used to say. When Phantom would say he's Dominican, and Phantom would say things on No Jumper. Oh, I used to tell my black homeboys all the time. They'd be like, but you black. I'm like, so y'all subscribe to the one drop rule? Trying to gaslight black Americans and play this game. Like, oh, we're just going to completely re-innovate race in this country that's been established for the last 300 to 400 years. That's, you know, ingrained in our educational system, our policies and laws, our government, our media, everything else. So it really comes down to the point that a lot of these people want to think that they're above black Americans, and you have some people of African ancestry, you know, that don't want to be black at all. That's what it really comes down to. It's confusion to a certain extent. Certain people play confused because they don't want to deal with the truth, and it's self-hatred, in my personal opinion. But I could.
Well, you know, and I would say what you're saying is understood, and I agree with it. I'm not trying to make it seem like, oh yeah, I'm in my feelings or this, that, and third. I said no. It's just that I'm witnessing there's a pattern of just this whole entire thing of feeling fun about just trashing so-called African Americans just whenever they feel like, oh, y'all don't have culture.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, sir. We don't have culture. Rhythm and blues, my guy. The fact of the matter, you getting sturdy. Yeah, you doing hip hop. You getting sturdy doing drill beats. Yeah, drill beats come from London, but they also came from Chicago.
No, they originated in Chicago. That's what they
No. Drill beats was from London.
No, wait. Let me explain something to you, Bronzebird, because this is my area of expertise. I'm from this city. Drill is pretty much gang banging on a beat. Okay. That's where it comes from. That wasn't the origination of drill. Drill was originated by a rap artist. Well, he was a street dude named Pac-Man from Drove City on 65th and Ellis. He's the one who created drill in 2007. He was killed. King Louis came out doing the drill music, and then Chief Keef took it to a whole nother level. London was influenced by what they was hearing in Chicago. Now, I don't know if New York got their influence from London or from Chicago.
Both.
But from the most part, drill is originated from here. And that's not something, and I hate drill, to be honest. Like, it's certain music that I like from drill, like certain King Von, or, you know, certain people. But when you know the history of it, it's just gang banging on the beat. That's all it is.
Gang banging on the beat. And I agree with you. I'm the same way. It's only certain drill that move me. And usually I like listening to instrumentals more than anything. Because I even think today's drill I think you heard this when I said this. I said, yo, the problem with drill is all it is at this point is club music. When I hear
New York drill is different. New York drill.
Yeah, New York. Okay, yeah. To be fair, the New York drill that I hear, it's definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, it's like listening to club music and just doing They use the whole entire thing of club music, club beats, but then at the same time you're yelling like you're some type of you're some type of metal rock star. You know what I'm saying? So that's New York drill. I don't like listening to it. I don't care for it. It's just like, yo, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's other people that have their own style, but that's when we already talked about it. I said that's why I say, yo, New York hip hop is dead. So I don't like people, oh yeah, but you know your music is dead though, right? I said, I know that. Why you think I'm always listening to underground artists? Peace to Red Wings Hockey. Real talk though, the black man has been reduced to a thug life today. Facts. Peace to you, Red Wings. Ray Hanma, what's going on?
Shout out to Ray, man. Shout out to Ray. Christopher said somebody took it over there in London and just made it main. Well, Chief Keef made it mainstream.
Yeah, Chief
He's
Keef.
He's the one that blew up Drill Where I Don't Like. But you know, prior to that, man, we had Common, we had Lupe Fiasco, we got Kanye West, we got Do or Die, Twister, Triple Darkness. We had so many different Ace Max, so many different artists. Chicago was so much more colder in music before drill. Drill was just for people that didn't have no talent, that was in the streets, that just wanted to gangbang on the beat, and it just became popular because they were actually doing the shit in the music that they was rapping about. And they was mentioning people that they had did things to. And a lot of these young kids became fans of that, and this is where it's at today.
Yeah, and the problem is, like I always said, all it ever offered after that point was just uniformity. So you're not really getting anything where you could really explore it and be like, oh, this rapper's from New York, or this rapper's from Chicago, or this rapper's from Los Angeles, you know what I'm saying? This person is from Atlanta, or you know what I'm saying? It doesn't offer that uniformity. That's what is killing hip hop now. But you know, all I ever say is the ignorance in people. You know what I'm saying? I don't try to get upset, but it's just kind of like, well, let's really call a spade a spade. Yeah, it was definitely Caribbeans that were influenced, and we're definitely in the civil rights movement. So, you know, every time you get the little comments from these dudes like Kai Cenat, Burna Boy, and I think, I'm gonna be honest, it's because I think I have more of a disdain towards Africans. And, you know, I still love them. I still this, that, and the third. But if out of my whole entire experience of what I've been told or whatever it is I've been going through, I feel like the ones that's the most arrogant and got the most shit to say about so-called African Americans or Black Americans is Africans. Directly. They the boldest ones. Caribbeans, you be like, yeah, you talking, but at the same time, like, you know, we low-key family though, because you don't act the same way that they act though. And usually, yes, it's usually the grandfathers, the mothers, the fathers, and this, that, and third. And it's weird to me. It'd be like, yo, you lived in this city for over 70 years, or lived in this city for 40, 50 years. So you've gotten to see us all grow up together. So why you have that experience to say that?
Well, here's the thing, man. People just bring their mentality from wherever they from to where they at. You know, a lot of people don't change. Once you become conform to a certain way of thinking, most people don't change that way of thinking. And, you know, that's what we're dealing with. In my personal opinion, I don't have anything against any of them, but I just see this. It seems like it's a little bit of jealousy there that Black Americans who were the slaves, their culture is at the forefront. And, you know, and some people don't like that. And the funny thing is, they talk shit about us by emulating our culture. If we was to start emulating their culture, we'll be quick to tell us how non-Caribbean we are, how un-African we are. So that's it. I mean, Michael B. Jordan turned around and created a drink called Javert, and he got so much flack from West Indians, it was ridiculous. So, you know, it's pretty much everybody want to take and pick from Black Americans, and Black Americans shouldn't say anything about it. Black Americans should be comfortable with people shitting on them, and that's becoming a problem. And people are checking that now. And a lot of that shit I have to stop. Like, I'm not excusing ignorant Black Americans for the dumb shit that they say, but a lot of that shit is going to have to stop. You can't be emulating our culture and talking shit on us. Now, if you wanted to be, you know, hey, I'm just going to stick to my dance hall and all of this other stuff and completely show that you this and you Caribbean and you African, then that's cool. Talk shit all day. But when you're trying to emulate our culture because a lot of people ain't paying attention to yours and you want to, you know, shit on us, that shit need to stop.
Yeah, that's why I say today, you know, the problem, and again, I agree with you 100%. All I ever said is today, the problem that I have is like, come on, man, when y'all doing these Afro beats, like, come on, man, I can hear the samples from like 03 and 99, 98 and all that other stuff. It's like, come on, my dude, like, why are you doing that? oh well, because you know you don't have no culture, but you do. You just out there and sampled a song that we all remember. That was from a Black American. So why are we doing that?
They know we got better beats, maybe.
Nah, and that's not just for the people. Like I say, that's for the people that just think that they, better than us, man. And it's just, people got to gas themselves up to make themselves feel better, bro. And that ain't, against. Like, I got love for everybody, I really do. But that's just from a lot of these false narratives that you hear on the internet. And I tell people all the time, all you got to do is let me know who you is once. Oh, we not the same as y'all. We different. You right. You ain't the same as us. And I'm going to tell you straight like that. You ain't the same as us. Stop emulating us and stop trying to involve yourself into something that we build and establish just because you're trying to get clout. Stick to your own if that's how you feel. So you just got to tell people that straight off the bat, man.
Straight up, bro. That's how I feel. I'm gonna get ready to pack up, you guys, man.
Yeah, shout out to my boy Killer. Hey, Killer, I know I could be long-winded, bro. I wasn't trying to be. It's just a lot on my mind. I was trying to get out in a short amount of time to speak.
Oh, that's cool. Yo, what happened to Killer Swag doing streams? That's what the hell I want to know. Man.
He still do them along with his homegirl Melody. But as far as solo streams, I don't know. I guess took a break from it. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, everything that we do, man, from the chains to the sweatsuits all the way, they need to bring back some of our old brands, man. Like I saw a Carl Connect hoodie that I wanted to get. They were sold out.
I think they are bringing back some of them old stuff that we had back in the day. Mm-hmm. Some stores are selling them. They're just like the old school look, but refined for the 21st century.
They bring a lot of those 90s. They bring back a lot of the 90s.
I give dreads to the Caribbeans. Dreads are the Caribbeans, but the cornrows, the half crescent moon Caesars, the ball fades, all of that, that's us. That's us.
I thought Jamaican started the whole braids things.
No. We was doing cornrows and braids here for the longest time. Now dreadlocks is them all day.
Mm-hmm.
Day. But all of that.
What's the difference between dreads and dreadlocks? Ain't they the same kind of hairstyle?
That's what I said. Yeah, it's dreads are just short for dreadlocks.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, braids and dreadlocks, man. Yeah. So, y'all get y'all last words in. Now I'm gonna pack up and all that good shit.
Man, shout out for having me up here, Bronzebird. I appreciate it, bro. Want to give a shout out to the brother Huscular and Muscular. Didn't mean to go on and on over the panel, but I just think it's a lot of people that are not as privy to information or lack knowledge on a lot of things. And all of this stuff is well documented. You don't have to read any books from any white scholars or anything like that. There's plenty of books that you can read from Dr. Claude Anderson, plenty of black scholars that you can read from and learn about, Black American history. And, I understand that everybody is ignorant, like what the brother Wacky was saying. It just like the arrogance is what gets you. Like in some cases, it's one thing to be ignorant, but there's another thing to be arrogantly ignorant. That'll piss anybody off. But that's all I gotta say.
What's wrong with you? All right, cool, man. Thank you for coming up, dog. Well, you already know. Hustler Muscular, take it away.
Yeah, great show as always, man. You always got something interesting to talk about. I mean, you're not up here trolling and talking your usual bullshit. You're up here educating the community about what's really going on behind closed doors. Damn.
It's a mixture, bro. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta surprise people. You never know what you're gonna. People never know what I'm gonna come with, and I love that because it allows me times be like, yeah, I'm gonna show you something.
You're like that badass kid that's always cutting up in school, but you're more intelligent and cordial than you let on. You and Miss Mona.
Of course. That's why they don't know what we got coming. They just be like, oh shit, they ain't gonna do oh, they're just trolls. Oh no, you didn't know I could drop you. You didn't know we could drop jewels too. Fuck we doing. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
Your homegirl was on my show about a week ago.
That's cool. Yo, Killer Swag says Bronzebird had to come down off my vacation cruise high. Probably will return this weekend though. All right, cool, bro.
Yeah.
It's lit.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was on
It's
vacation.
lit. It's lit. Take your vacation, bro. That's lit. All right, y'all. Yeah, I'm probably gonna just blast on some music by myself later on. But yeah, man. Thank you for coming up, Hustler and Muscular. Appreciate you, man. Chris.
All right, not a problem. Catch you next time.
Peace,
Bronzebird, what's the word? The things you say that you're so absurd.
Peace, dog. Appreciate you. Yo, shout outs to Chris Fur. Yo, my mans. When you said Pan Boo Boos, you know who I thought about? I thought about who's that lady? Who's it? Empress Holbert? That lady from I swear I feel like you are definitely from the Aboriginal sector. I haven't been there in a while. I gotta go back and see what's up with them. You know what I'm saying? See what's good with them. See how they doing. It's been a while. I have a couple of content creators that's there that I really like, that I really rock with, that I think they do definitely good music. I mean, sorry, not good music. Sorry, definitely have dope conversations. Yeah, man. How do I begin this shit? I might have another powwow this weekend. I might. Don't quote me on it, but I might just have another powwow this weekend. Otherwise than that, the conversation we was going over earlier, marijuana, is it good or bad? I don't even know what to say. Is it good or bad? Is it this? Is it that? Smoke at your own discretion. Otherwise than that, my whole entire point earlier was just to make the point, like, I don't appreciate the whole entire arrogance in people who talk down, especially on so-called African Americans, as this punching bag. I don't agree with that. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying? It's not cool, man. But otherwise than that, before I leave out, you know what I love to do. Yeah. They fire for sure. Yeah, it's been a while since I watched their stuff, man. Because there's a couple of people I'm cool with from the Aboriginal sector. You know what I'm saying? So you already know the vibes. But, damn, what the fuck I was going to say, y'all? Y'all fucking me up. Okay. Yeah, before I get on out of here, y'all know what I love to do. I'm going to play some music before I leave. But I'll probably just play one. I ain't going to try to keep y'all up too much. I'll play one song and get the hell out of here. I'm loading it up right now. Alright, let's get busy. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. Alright, bet. I got it on. Shit, high grade. Yeah, all I ever say is be careful with that shit you smoke. You feel what I'm saying? Just be very careful, because, like I said, it don't be high grade, yo. They be putting something in that, and you gotta be very careful, you heard? So, alright, before I get on out of here, you know what I love to do. Love to play my music and all that other stuff. I'm going to keep it to one song tonight. So after that, I'm going to just drop down. Shout outs to the people that came on the panel tonight. Shout outs to the people that was in my chat. Shout outs to the people that was bird watching. Otherwise than that, until next time, make sure y'all tell a friend. Hit up that powwow. You know, hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed already. Make sure you like. Make sure you share, like, subscribe, whatever you do on the before you leave. Make sure y'all like before I leave, god damn it. But otherwise than that, thank you for coming through, and peace.